سال 7 مہینے میں الحمدللہ بہت سارے چیزیں ہوئیں. وی ہیو کورڈ لاٹ آف گراؤنڈ. کافی اچھے انیشیٹوز یہاں پہ لیے ہیں. آپ لوگ شاید اس کو نہیں مانیں کہ کیونکہ بجلی کے بل ابھی کم نہیں ہوئے، لیکن الحمدللہ کوششیں جاری ہیں. اور اس میں جو سب سے بڑا فیکٹر ہے جو ہم نے مس کیا وہ ہے لیک آف یوزیج آف ٹیکنالوجی. اس کی آبویس ریزنز ہیں، کیونکہ جب آپ آرٹیفیشیل انٹیلیجنس، بلاک چین ٹیکنالوجی اور اس طرح کے جو بز ورڈز ہیں یہ ٹیکنالوجیز یوز کرتے ہیں تو پھر ہیومن کنٹرول چیزوں پہ سے ختم ہو جاتا ہے. تو لوگ یہاں اپنے ہاتھ میں کنٹرول رکھنا چاہتے ہیں. اسپیشلی آپ میں سے جس کا ڈسٹریبیوشن کمپنیز کے ساتھ واسطہ پڑا ہوگا، آپ بخوبی اس بات کو جانتے ہوں گے کہ وہ اگر آپ ایک سنگل فیز میٹر لینے بھی جاتے ہیں تو وہ آپ کی ناک کی لکیریں نکلوا دیتے ہیں. ایک بالکل جو دنیا میں ایک چیز ہونی چاہیے، کسٹمر اورینٹیشن، کوئی کسٹمر فوکس، یہ انفارچونیٹلی دیٹ از بیڈلی لیکنگ ان پاکستان. تو اس پہ اب ہم کام کرنے کی کوشش کر رہے ہیں. مجھے اس بات کا پتہ ہے، میں 20 سال ابوظہبی رہ کے آیا ہوں. وہاں پہ جب میں آیا ہوں ابھی 2 سال 7 مہینے پہلے، تو کچھ انیشیٹوز لے لیے تھے ابوظہبی گورنمنٹ نے، اسپیشلی آن دیئر ڈسٹریبیوشن سائڈ، جس میں کہ انہوں نے آرٹیفیشیل انٹیلیجنس کا استعمال شروع کیا تھرو اسمارٹ میٹرنگ. تو ابھی وہ اسمارٹ گرڈز بھی لگا رہے ہیں، اسمارٹ میٹرنگ بھی لگا رہے ہیں. پاکستان میں انفارچونیٹلی ابھی تک ہم وہاں نہیں پہنچے. ابھی ہم نے اے ایم آئیز اور اے ایم آرس کا پروجیکٹ ایک اے ڈی بی کے فنڈنگ سے شروع کرنا تھا، وہ انفارچونیٹلی ڈیلے ہو گیا کیونکہ جو گراؤنڈ ورک اس کے لیے ریکوائرڈ تھا وہ ابھی تک نہیں ہو سکا، لیکن اس پہ ہمارا پورا فوکس ہے. تو ڈسپائٹ دا فیکٹ کہ ابھی ہم نے یہاں پہ پاکستان میں اے آئی کو اس طرح سے پاور سیکٹر میں استعمال نہیں کیا ہے، بٹ دنیا میں ڈیفینیٹلی پاور سیکٹر میں بہت کام ہو رہا ہے. ایک ڈیپ مائنڈ کے نام سے ایک کمپنی ہے گوگل کی، جو کہ 700 میگا واٹ ونڈ کو مینیج کر رہے ہیں، ونڈ پلانٹس کو ان یو ایس، اور جس کی جو اے آئی کا اس میں مین کنٹریبیوشن ہے وہ اس کی ونڈ پریڈکٹیبلٹی 36 آورز بیفور وہ کرتے ہیں. تو اگر ہم اے آئی کو یوز کریں تو ہمارے یہاں بھی اب گوئنگ فارورڈ، میں تو بلکہ یہ کہتا ہوں کہ دیر از اے ریزن کہ ہمارے فاؤنڈنگ فادرز نے جو گرین کلر پاکستان کے جھنڈے کا پک کیا تھا، اٹ واز اے میسج فار اس کہ ٹرن پاکستان انٹو گرین تھرو ایڈنگ دا رینیوبل انرجی. تو اب ہم انشاءاللہ بڑی تیزی کے ساتھ رینیوبل انرجی کو انڈکٹ کر رہے ہیں. بلکہ ایک انٹرسٹنگ واقعہ میں آپ کے ساتھ شیئر کروں. ایک دفعہ پرائم منسٹر ہاؤس میں ایک میٹنگ تھی تو پرائم منسٹر صاحب نے یہ ریٹریٹ کیا کہ میں پاکستان کو انشاءاللہ 5% سے 30% پہ رینیوبل انرجی پہ لے جاؤں گا 10 سال میں. تو میں نے ہاتھ کھڑا کیا تو پرائم منسٹر صاحب نے کہا بولو کیا بولنا ہے توصیف. میں نے کہا جی اگر میں آپ کو ایک مشورہ دوں اور انسٹنٹلی ہم 32% رینیوبل انرجی پہ چلے جائیں آج ہی تو کیسا ہے؟ تو انہوں نے کہا وہ کیسے؟ میں نے کہا جی وہ ایسے ہے کہ پوری دنیا میں جو ہائیڈرو انرجی ہوتی ہے دیٹ از کلاسیفائڈ ایز رینیوبل انرجی. پاکستان میں گاڈ نوز وائی ہم نے اس کو باہر رکھا ہوا ہے اور ہم صرف سولر یا ونڈ کو یا بگاس کو سمجھتے ہیں کہ وہ جو ہے وہ رینیوبل انرجی ہے. تو انہوں نے اسی وقت ویری گریشیس آف ہیم انرجی منسٹر صاحب کو کہا گو کہ ابھی تک وہ پالیسی نہیں بن سکی کیونکہ آپ کو پتہ ہے منسٹری آف انرجی از رسپانسبل فار پالیسی میکنگ اینڈ وی بینگ دا پاور ریگولیٹری اتھارٹی آف پاکستان وی آر پرائمریلی رسپانسبل فار امپلیمنٹنگ دا پالیسی. لیکن ابھی نیشنل الیکٹریسٹی پلان میں یہ آ گیا ہے. بٹ سو گریشیس آف پرائم منسٹر صاحب، وہ جہاں جاتے ہیں چاہے وہ ورلڈ اکنامک فورم ہو ڈیووس میں یا اور اس طرح کے فورمز ہیں، وہ یہ کہتے ہیں کہ میں پاکستان کو 32% رینیوبل انرجی سے انشاءاللہ 65% پہ لے جاؤں گا اوور نیکسٹ 10 ایئرس. تو یہ ایک چھوٹی سی کنٹریبیوشن تھی. تو اب بہت سارے انیشیٹوز نیپرا میں نے لیے ہیں. ان میں پہلا انیشیٹو ہے پاور وتھ پراسپیرٹی، جس میں کہ اپنے پہلی دفعہ اپنے لائسنسیز سے ہم یہ پوچھ رہے ہیں کہ آپ جس کمیونٹی میں آپریٹ کر رہے ہیں اس میں ہیلتھ، چیپ الیکٹریسٹی، واٹر، ایجوکیشن، ویمن ایمپاورمنٹ کے کوئی پروجیکٹس کر رہے ہیں تو آپ کو سن کے خوشی ہوگی کہ لاسٹ 1.5 years میں since I have taken this initiative we could be able to generate almost 20,000 plus jobs. 4 billion کی فائنانسنگ ہوئی ہے اور بہت زبردست اس میں ماشاءاللہ انیشیٹوز ہیں جو یونائٹڈ نیشنز کے SDGs کے بیس پہ بھی ہیں. सेकंड इनिशिएटिव मैंने लिया है पावर विद सेफ्टी, जिसमें पहली दफ़ा पाकिस्तान की हिस्ट्री में हम HSE के स्टैंडर्ड्स लेके आए हैं, क्योंकि हमारे इस सेक्टर में फैटेलिटीज़ और एक्सीडेंट्स बहुत ज़्यादा थे, बट अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह उसको हमने कर्व किया है। पहली दफ़ा डिस्कोर्स के अंदर उनका गवर्नेंस सिस्टम बेहतर कर रहे हैं, उनके बेहतरीन बोर्ड्स लेके आए हैं, उनकी सी लेवल जो मैनेजमेंट है उनको चेंज कर रहे हैं, और उनको KPIs अब हमने दिए हैं, टारगेट्स दिए हैं अचीव करने के लिए। उनके लॉस के टारगेट्स कम किए हैं हमने, और उनकी इन्वेस्टमेंट प्लान उनके जो है वो बड़े रोबस्ट बनवाए हैं, और उनकी रिकवरी रेशियोज़ को बेहतर करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि टेक्नोलॉजी का उसमें इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं। जैसे मैंने पहले बताया, स्मार्ट मीटरिंग लेके आ रहे हैं, ताकि अगर फ़र्ज़ करें हमारे रनिंग डिफ़ॉल्टर्स, जिसकी डेफिनेशन ये है कि अगर कोई तीन महीने से ज़्यादा पेमेंट ना करे तो वो रनिंग डिफ़ॉल्टर कंसिडर होता है, वो 600 बिलियन के मकरूज़ हैं हमारे। तो नेचुरली इसमें काफ़ी रेजिस्टेंस का भी हमें सामना करना पड़ेगा, बट हमने ये तहैया कर लिया कि हम ये करेंगे। तीसरा इनिशिएटिव जो है, जो नेपरा ले रहा है इंशाअल्लाह, वो ये है कि हम पावर विद सिक्योरिटी उसको कहते हैं, जिसमें फ़िज़िकल सिक्योरिटी एंड साइबर सिक्योरिटी ऑफ ऑल दीज प्लांट्स, जो हमारे $multi-billion एसेट्स हैं, वो हम इंश्योर कर रहे हैं। तो अभी यहाँ आज आने का मकसद ये नहीं था कि मैं आप लोगों को बहुत कुछ सिखाऊं, क्योंकि शायद हम कोई बहुत बड़े चैम्पियन हैं AI के, लेकिन ये ज़रूर है कि हमारे पास बहुत ज़बरदस्त एक रिक्वायरमेंट है, एक अपॉर्चुनिटी है कि हम एफिशिएंसी बढ़ाने के लिए, प्रेडिक्टेबिलिटी बढ़ाने के लिए, हम चीज़ों को ज़्यादा डिसिप्लिन के साथ चलाने के लिए, उस पर ज़्यादा एनालिटिक्स को बेहतर करने के लिए हम इसको यूज़ करें। तो विद दिस जी, मेरी अभी एक मीटिंग, आई हैव टू रश टू द ऑफिस। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका इनवाइट करने का। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. Perhaps there has been a change in the host for the morning session. My name is Rayan Thoru. I should formally welcome you all to the AI Summit. Thank you so much, Chairman NEPRA Tawseef Farooqi Saab, for your wise words. Our next speaker comes from the organization that has become an exemplary case across the globe for its efforts for data digitization and its impact, and how they fertile the ground for future development and products to be built on top of their efforts. I am, of course, talking about NADRA. Please welcome with a round of applause Chairman NADRA, Mr. Mohammad Tariq Malik Saab.
President, Total Communication, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Assalamu alaikum. I'm also in a rush because, the situation in the country demands that all the, government functionaries, they are in sort of eye of storm. So we have lots of meetings, but I did not want to miss this session. I have another one where Minister of Interior is calling me for a meeting in Ministry of Interior, but I would say a few words about NADRA, artificial intelligence, data analytics, big data, and where we have started. You already know where we are going is what this session is all about. As I represent NADRA now, but 6 or 8 months back I represented United Nations, and I was one of the member who represented UNDP in UNESCO's बहुत मुश्किल सा नाम था AIHLCP, Artificial Intelligence High Level Committee for Planning, and where we discussed the ethical use of AIs, because there is a downside of using AI as well. So a little bit about that, and but most recently we have started using AI in various streams in last 6 months by making sure that AI is used for good. Its use should not infringe on the human rights, it should not infringe on the privacy of the citizen, but it creates a social good. So AI should be robust, ethical, and lawful, aimed at strengthening the social contract between state and citizen, and the use of AI should not, as I told you, infringe on human rights. So that's the principle that NADRA is using, and that's a universal principle, as I told you, that we actually agreed in United Nations. Ladies and gentlemen, in NADRA, we integrate technology with data to roll out digital public goods and e-governance solution. Our core operations exist in identity issuance, management, and verification services. However, our technical expertise that enabled us to undertake numerous domestic and international projects in the domain of identity management. So, what we have is mainly data. Data is new oil, and data has, the massive data has patterns. Patterns provide you insight, and insights are basically converted into actionable intelligence. And without actionable intelligence, you can't have informed decision making. So for policy planning, for good governance, we need actionable intelligence. And for that, the big data and artificial intelligence plays an important role. In last 6 or 7 months, when I took over as chairman NADRA, we have connected the dots. We have used data optimally to actually advise government on good governance. For example, one of the major tasks of the government is to collect taxes from its citizen. I did an experiment in 2012 and 13, which became quite controversial. CNN reported on that, where we actually used linear regression model and identified 3.5 million tax evaders who had everything. They were driving luxury cars, they were living in posh localities, they were frequent flyers, they had armed licenses, they have everything. But they didn't have one thing, and that was NTN, National Tax Number. So all hell broke loose, and we were challenged, how did you apply a linear regression model? And we were grilled, but that study, that application of big data created a positive controversy, and it had unintended consequences where, we said that, okay, here is richest of the rich who is out of the tax net or tax base. So when I took over, when I left Pakistan, I applied same model for Russia, for state of Michigan, for Texas, for other countries also. And it worked very well over there. It didn't work here very well because we were lacking political will, A. Number two, the rich is very well protected in this country. So these were the only two reasons. There were no technical reasons of why linear regression model failed. But in doing that in other countries, and while serving in United Nations, I was lucky enough to look at other models. And those models were based on, artificial intelligence, various other tools, light gradient, extreme light gradient, neural networks, and rainforest. So what we did is that when I joined back, Prime Minister asked me to reapply those other innovative models, and we did. And we calculated that there are millions of non-taxpayers and there are billions of rupees that we calculate now. So we have applied 3 models, walking through 3 different paths, and we came up with the same result. So we are working with FBR. The devil is in implementation. In implementation means enforcing it and collecting the debt, the tax due. So we have identified lots of non-taxpayers. 3.5 million looks a very small figure in what we have identified now. I would let Prime Minister, disclose that figure, so I'm not disclosing. But this is one area where we have applied. We have applied artificial intelligence. We are applying artificial intelligence on for another social good, public good, and that is on social protection program. So you may have seen that old BISP is now new SARS, but SARS has rolled out lots of products in last 7-8 months, not only finding poorest of poor with the same approach, just like we identified richest of rich. You flip the model, you find poorest of poor in the country. About, I think, more than 5 million poorest of poor women are getting subsistence allowance, but there are other products that they are rolling out. For example, SARS ration program and such like program where we are now applying artificial intelligence on probably roll out the other utilities like oil, like petrol, gas. We are experimenting using that data. So social protection is another regime which we are looking at. But not only that, the third main area of focus is governance of NADRA also. Our customer base is 120 million adult citizen of Pakistan. So, we every day about 100,000 people on average touch our customer points, which are 754 offices, 261 mobile vans. And there is a lot of traffic online from all across the world. The Pakistanis who are living overseas also interact with us. So we use that data to improve our service. So my first initiative was to connect all the touch points and create a command and control center and use that analytics to find out that what customers are saying about our service, how much is the average time per per application all across the world, what NADRA is providing as a service. And we are learning through those analytics a great deal. That helped us to revisit some of the policies. And artificial intelligence told us that here is the policy bias. And in last 2-3 months, using those analytics, we have actually changed a couple of policies, our SOPs, and I have sent a summary to Ministry of Interior to change those policies, the business rules, the regulations. 2 major interventions are related with gender bias. For example, we have changed the policy for the women who can't register as single mother, or their children cannot register as single mother. There were a lot of documentation that was required, and we changed that policy. We learned this through data analytics. For example, there was another policy that we reviewed that when a woman marries, she was supposed to change the name with her husband name. But when she is divorced, she is at the mercy of the husband to actually allow her to change her name back to her maiden name or father's name. It wasn't required, so no law prevents you in doing that. So we changed that. So each organization, if they want to listen to their customers, I think this is a way to actually listen to your customer. In order to do that, you have to let the data speak. So these are some of the innovative out-of-the-box ways that we are applying. And as I say that in order to think out of box, we have to first think that which box we are in. Only then you can think about out of box. So I will finish by saying that while we discuss the digital dividends of AI, which are many, we have to be mindful of the fact, the downside of AI. So it is very important that we keep in mind the 4 pillars that we have decided in United Nations of automated systems and regarding AI. And these 4 pillars are laid out in Secretary General Roadmap for Digital Cooperation. Number 1 is trustworthy, that the data and information should be trustworthy. Number 2, it is human rights based. Number 3, it is safe and sustainable. And number 4, it promotes peace. AI should be creating some public good. When AI is predominantly be used by defense sector, we have an area of concern then. You know, the early adopters of AI are, Lockheed Martin and the big companies. So the war machinery should be, we should have an oversight on that. So that is my submission, that if we use AI for public good, then it's all good. And there should be a framework of ethical use of AI. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Tariq Malik Saab, for your insights and showing us the future of Nadra and thereby our nation. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. All right, now, although I had a word with this gentleman who I'm about to introduce right now, और इनसे मैं ये गुफ्तगू कर रहा था कि पाकिस्तान और ख़ास तौर पे इस्लामाबाद में एक सियासी बाज़ार सा लगा हुआ है। हम सबको मालूम है इस बात का कि इस वक्त इस्लामाबाद में चल क्या रहा है, और इस सब के बीच में AI समिट का मैंने इनसे सवाल पूछा कि आप करवा क्यों रहे हैं अलबत्ता, तो he answered, this is the future of Pakistan. And these politicians, if are fighting for the future of Pakistan, we are actually working towards it. And I appreciate that sentiment of yours. I want to call upon this stage, and it gives me extreme honor to introduce this speaker. He is the co-founder and the chief product officer of ISM. Now, if I were you all, I would have had a question. What is ISM? Well, ISM is an R&D company focusing on several domains with AI, such as NLP, NLU, computer vision, data orchestration, and cybersecurity building. Some of the very first indigenous products in AI. He is an advisor to the National Assembly on Digital Security and a member Emerging Technology Committee in the PM office. An old friend of mine and a wonderful guy. Ladies and gentlemen, in your warm welcome, please let's welcome Abu Abdullah Ashir, the CPO of ISM.
Assalamualaikum ji. So the topic that I wanted to discuss today was why is AI revolution different from every other technological revolution that we have seen in the past? This keynote is supposed to establish a majority theme of this conference as later other speakers come in. And it will establish two things. Number one, why AI adoption is urgent for survival. And number two, how ease of deployment of AI makes it a topic of, makes its topic of its urgency more pertinent. And sort of most of this presentation comes from this question that I have seen a lot of times, or heard a lot of times, where people say to us that we are currently not advanced enough to implement AI across our organization. This, to some extent, shows our lack of understanding of what AI is supposed to do. So ultimately, within this presentation, I will be addressing these two questions, right? So the first question is, why AI is an urgent need, and how its ease of deployment makes it pertinent for us to adopt it. So this is, in my opinion, one of the most important equations in any technology revolution. This equation has determined the history of human civilization. It sort of talks about every technology that we see, from fire, wheel, printing press, all the way to internet and AI. This equation has always been true. So the equation is that for any technology revolution to happen, you require a marginal cost of change, which is that if there is a new piece of technology, what was the cost of the previous technology, right? So what is the arbitrage? And the second is the cost of change in social behavior. So if I have introduced a new technology, what is the cost of teaching people to adopt that technology, right? So if you have a CRM, how do you teach people to use that CRM? Or if when the automobile was introduced, how do you teach people to use the automobile? So minimization of this equation determines the pace or acceleration of any technological revolution. And this has actually been true historically, right? Like I've spoken about, from fire to internet, this has been true. If we look at the history of modern capitalism, we would actually find this pattern. It took the first steam engine 100 years till it was actually democratized, because it was following that equation. If we look at electricity generation, it took 20 years for it to democratize. If you look at the first personal computing, it took 8 years, right? So the idea of this equation, we could, even if you go before 18th century, this equation has always been true. And this is why AI is different, right? This is the sole reason which makes AI different, because it does not experience that cost that other technologies in the past have experienced. It does not have marginal cost of change, because since again AI is output based, its sole function is to emulate human behavior, and since it's emulating human behavior, it is supposed to be cost effective. It's unlike a car that early adopters will purchase for, let's say, social standing, because there's nothing to it. It's almost invisible. So the marginal cost of change, which is the predecessor technology, so if you look at driverless cars, or if you look at automation of contact centers, or any other automation for that matter, it is supposed to bring down the cost. So AI, by its very nature, reduces the marginal cost of change. And I think this is probably the most important slide, which is that AI in its nature is human agnostic. It is indifferent towards what are the people that are using it, who are the people that it needs to train, because there are no people to train, right? If I were to deploy an AI product, or anything to do with an ML model, or any AI product, it has no human intervention. It is complete output. There is no requirement for a human being to learn something. It's not an automobile that a human being needs to learn how to drive, or it's not a steam engine that somebody needs to understand how to run, right? Or an airplane. It's completely output based, because it is emulating everything that humans do already. So if I were to sort of like give you an example, these are some of the products that we do, and just to give you a small example how there is no cost of change in social behavior, and there is no marginal cost of change, I'll just show a quick video. Right, so this is your normal CCTV cameras, right? And if I were to do, let's say, facial recognition on 2D images, we can So we can do, now this requires, there is no training. No human needs to learn how to use this. We're doing facial recognition, a simple ML model, and it's being done on your existing infrastructure, right? So there is no marginal cost of change. There is no, this is a speech bot based on deep speech.
वालेकुम अस्सलाम, आपके पास कौन कौन से अकाउंट्स हैं?
आरडीए के अंदर हमारे पास दो तरह के अकाउंट्स हैं। पहला फॉरेन करेंसी वैल्यू अकाउंट और दूसरा एनआरबी वैल्यू अकाउंट।
अच्छा, एनआरबीए खोलने की इजाज़त होगी मुझे?
दरअसल इनमें से कोई भी एनआरबी अकाउंट खोलने के लिए अहम है। पहला गैर रिहायशी पाकिस्तानी, दूसरा गैर रिहायशी पीओसी कार्ड होल्डर।
आपके बैंक में अकाउंट खोलने की मुद्दत क्या है?
So just to sort of like explain this, this wasn't a recording. It was basically deep speech. It was generative adversarial model. It was sort of like going through the amount of recordings and generating a text against it. So even if you look at facial recognition or a speech bot or railways, and I'll talk about that later, but all of this requires no human intervention, right? There is no cost of changing human behavior. It is just complete output. All that is required from AI is its deployment, nothing else. And I think this is sort of like one of my core beliefs that if we look at the history in the 18th and the 19th century, the telephone and automobile and everything that came before it sort of like were the predecessors of like the electricity revolution, right? That got us the most of the equipment that we use today. And I think in a lot of ways, the computer and the internet, in our opinion, is sort of like a precursor to the AI revolution. So every growth that we have seen so far, everything that we believe is expanding exponentially, in our opinion, is just the starting point of what the AI can do. These were all the precursor of what, for the full potential of AI to be unleashed in the future. And then again, this is, I think, this is technically what I'm also trying to explain here, right? That if you have a technology infrastructure or a organizational infrastructure, AI is just a layer that you put in. All you have to do is that whatever technology stack you have or don't have, AI can be deployed on top of it, right? It does not require, again, any human intervention. It does not experience marginal cost in the same fashion. So it could be deployed within your existing infrastructure, whether that's a government organization or whether that's a private organization. How much digitalization they have done does not matter here. And I think all of this is happening right now. So the future is going to be more automation, right? Most branches are going for chatbots and speech bots. You'll probably have GAN as chaos. Most of the operations functions are being done by digital twin and ontologies. So this is where we stand right now, because most of these tasks are something that we call non-cognitive tasks, right? Where, for instance, driving a car is something we call system one, right? So that is a non-cognitive function, right? And those non-cognitive functions are being automated right now. And as we proceed further, we will see that majority of the decisions that are made and the competitive advantage of any decision maker is going, the differentiating factor is going to be AI. So for instance, we have this one product in terms of with railways that we're working on right now, and the idea of that is that you put a small piece of hardware on any locomotive, and as that locomotive is traveling through ML1, it is sort of establishing the infrastructural health of ML1. So at any given point, what it is essentially doing is it is trying to build a digital twin. Right, digital twin of your ML1. So what it is trying to determine is that in a certain season, let's say summers, a certain locomotive on a certain speed with certain number of passengers might get derailed. Right, this is something that a human cannot. These are the insights that human cannot generate. Right, this is going through data, a huge amount of data that is almost incomprehensible by human beings, and generating insights from that data. And the other thing which I think is being used in NATO and the US is sort of using AI and especially data orchestration and digital ontologies for national security. So if you have a certain car that was stolen in Karachi, and you have a certain threat in Islamabad, and that car is figured, and these are two databases that are not connected to each other, those ML model can still communicate with each other, right? So those are the insights that a human being or a team of human beings cannot generate. So in the future, as we proceed, the only difference in our opinion is going to be, or a competitive advantage is only going to be the AI implementation and it's the access that people have to it. So this is one of my favorite quotes, and it says, AI destroyer of jobs and builder of better ones. This is one of the reports from PwC, and I think there is no denying that this is already happening right now. By 2030, we're probably looking at $15 trillion being contributed by AI and automation. There is something called the first wave of AI, which is algorithmic implementation, which is going to influence 3% jobs lost in early 2020s. This we are seeing right now, so there is no denying it. As we proceed towards the end of 2020, we're looking at 30% of the jobs lost by late 2020, which is going to be augmentation. Augmentation is where the AI learns to completely emulate a human being, where the humans became almost irreplaceable. And the third wave by 2030s is augmentation, where it's becoming smarter or performing a better task than humans. So this is where we're headed right now. And I think more important than that is this slide, where whether AI is the destroyer of companies and builder of better ones. So there has been enough academic literature written on this that by 2030, 45% of the additional value that organizations are going to have is only going to be determined of their competitive advantage with AI. So if we were to talk about 10 years from now, everything, the only competitive advantage that will matter the most is advanced AI implementation. So most of the AI that is implemented right now is, I would call it not advanced AI. So when corporations start treating AI, implementing advanced AI for the purpose of creating that competitive advantage, this is the more or less where we are headed towards. So to conclude this presentation, AI does not have the cost that other technologies have had. It is easy to deploy. It does not require any infrastructure. It does not require any human involvement. Its marginal cost of change is obviously low. Its deployment is easy. And this is why the adoption of AI is going to accelerate in the future once its use cases become more and more pertinent. So this is why we believe that if AI is one of the major assets to have in the future, this is why it matters most for any organization or any country for that matter to have that competitive advantage, because it's the nature of the technology is as such that is going to head towards a complete revolution. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ashar. Ashar spoke about how the AI will be the destroyer of companies and builder of better ones. I think a more important question than that is whether AI will be a destroyer of countries and a builder of better ones, as we all know how the international scenario runs today. Whenever the idea of an AI deterrence, just like there was a nuclear deterrence, is real, whether AI is now analogues to electricity in the 19th century, where its adoption determines the leaders of the future world. To address this very important question, we can't think of anyone better than our next guest. He is the rector of NUTECH, NUTEC, one of the most forward-looking institute in our country, to share his views on how AI is a strategic asset, how we can capitalize on it, and how should we be looking for the way forward. With a huge round of applause, please welcome Lieutenant General Khalid Asghar onto the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure and honor to speak before you, and that to the experts who are here, actually who know their field, who are from different aspects of life, and also experts on AI. So although I'm not an expert, but I do believe that AI is the future of any country, and Pakistan also. My special thanks to Faisal Saab and his team, that is the Total Communication, and the Ministry of IT and Telecommunication, who are supporting this conference, besides the UBL. Ladies and gentlemen, AI is widely well understood by all of us. And it has been defined differently by different people. But mostly the common thing is the use of data, how you generate the data, how you manipulate the data, and what you extract out of it to get the insight. I think that is the important aspect of it. So it's the science and engineering of making intelligent machines, especially intelligent computer programs to understand human intelligence and the way human use that intelligence. But there is a cap and there's a limit there. So these intelligent machines, they go beyond that to actually get something better out of the data, which is in abundance, which is in humongous volume, and which is coming at you at a very faster speed than ever before. So when you develop these machines, that means you are actually converting this data into an intelligent data system. Deep machine learning, data science, cybersecurity, AI, VR, AR, etc. All these are, you can say, the different the examples of usage of AI. As we know that AI will permeate into our daily life in the future, and it has been very well explained how the technology, beside cost, how quickly the technology of AI will actually get into our each business, our daily life, and the way we do the businesses. So if it is a seamless, that means we will never know how it has happened, but it will definitely impact us in either a good way or in a negative way as well if we do not make use of it intelligently. I would just dwell upon two aspects only. One is the AI as a strategic asset for economic development of any country, and secondly as a strategic asset for security of any country. And when you relate both, and the new security policy of Pakistan has also come up, where economy is placed foremost than compared to anything else. So if you are more secure economically, I think you are less vulnerable to any internal or external aggression. Ladies and gentlemen, we know that there is a weak AI and there is a strong AI. When you use like Siri, use like robots in any manufacturing process, this is not a strong AI. But when you get into the security systems, when you are dealing with that kind of threats, that means any system using AI is a strong case of use of AI. How will AI impact first of all, the industries? We understand that your all manufacturing, your professional services, your other services, even retail, etc., in the future will be heavily dependent upon the intelligent data and your preferences and your likes and dislikes. So the businesses people will throw on you what you want actually, what is your preference and how you see your life. So the AI will get into all businesses in a way that if we calculate in terms of trillions of GDP of the world, the example was given here, something like 15 trillion contribution to GDP of world will be AI. And if you break it down further into segments, I think the leading most will be the China, followed by Americas and Europe, then the developed Asia, and maybe then countries which are like Pakistan, the lesser contribution towards GDP of the world. But there is an opportunity here also. If we harness our HR, if we create those companies which will be the future, and if we look into the disruptive technologies which will change the way of the businesses we do at the life, I think Pakistan has a great opportunity to actually look into its industrial processes first, in its manufacturing processes, like the automotive systems, like our railway system. We are coming up with ML1, and if we make good use of AI, I think we'll be able to not only upgrade ML1 in our own processes and our own HR and our own system and indigenous technologies, we will be able to do ML2 and ML3 also. So your transportation, logistics, and your travel from south to north will change in a totally different way than it is now. So I think the way we do businesses, AI becomes a strategic, important asset for Pakistan. And by the way, what is a strategic asset? Because we have heard this in the context of nuclear and those kind of things, but I think for any company, for any country, for any organization, an asset which is valuable, which can change your businesses, which is rare, and which can add value to your businesses, I think that's a strategic asset. So in terms of businesses, we'll have to be very, very well aware of AI coming as a future for economic development of Pakistan. Ladies and gentlemen, coming on to the strategic context of Pakistan and India. I think the biggest achievement which Pakistan has made over the last 2 to 3 decades is your capability to defend you. Had it not been there, I think the scenarios would have been very, very different. So how AI starts affecting it now in terms of stability or instability? I think we need to understand that, because in the modern warfare, your warfare platforms, your surveillance and target acquisition systems, the information which you get out of that surveillance and the real-time intelligence, I think they are very, very important. And it comprises of voluminous data. And out of that data, you have to sift what is friendly and what is non-friendly, what is coming on to you and what is not coming on to you. And there was a case of, I think 2 weeks before, just a stray object coming into Pakistan. Had we not been vigilant, not knowing it, I think the results would have been slightly different, or maybe much different. So what you actually need to do is make good use of the data and sifting of data through your intelligent machines and programs, that you can very well know where threat lies. And if you can beat in time, and if you can beat in your response, I think that makes a case for strategic stability. And why it is important? Because if there is a disturbance in stability, it becomes maybe not in your favor, maybe it becomes unstable. I think then you have to go to the next level of deterrence. And that's a very costly affair. But by using AI, I think in a very cost-effective way, you can maintain that parity, you can maintain that strategic stability for the security of Pakistan and for the security of the people of Pakistan. Now, if this is a race, I think India is also working on the same. And in terms of their capability, IT, related systems, and also manipulating the data and making good use of AI, probably they'll be much more advanced than us. So in Pakistan, the universities, the people dealing with IT, the companies dealing with AI, etc., I think we need to work much more harder and much more intelligent than any other country to actually remain stable as far as our strategic capability is concerned. So I just leave it here because we all understand what we mean by this. Ladies and gentlemen, recently there has been a research publication made known by the Chinese. They have created an AI system which can design hypersonic systems beyond the speed of 8 Mach purely because of this AI. So if China achieves this, you can well imagine how will it go on the maybe capability ladder compared to any other country in the world. So that kind of AI capability and systems makes China the global leader, and this is what worries the other countries also, that the advancement in AI probably compromises your safety and security also, leave alone the businesses and economic development. Because until unless you are safe, you are stable, the economies also never work beyond that. So ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by saying that AI as a strategic asset will play a dominant role in the economic development and safety and security of different nations. Pakistan is also part of it. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, there was a concern risen by an esteemed gentleman in the audience. If anyone has a question, please ask General Saab. He has tackled the enemy's bullets. Questions should be very easy for him. Sir.
Sir, thank you very much for being here. My question to you is, being the head of a national university of technology, what are you doing right now to help contemplate AI for the future part of it? Second, what kind of an ecosystem are you supporting in order to help Pakistan get a bit more self-resilient when it comes down to national security part of it? So can you share some views on that?
Difficult to answer the second question, not an easy one, ecosystem supporting, but I think probably it not be also prudent to discuss it here. But the first one, as a university that is National University of Technology, because it's a new tech is a different concept, because we have more than 100 universities in Pakistan and they are very well doing the required service to the nation. New tech came up as a separate concept with this vision that we need to produce the HR which is hands-on, number one, which very well understands the technologies and their usage. That means you can, beside creating and doing that kind of thing, you can use the technologies intelligently with your hands-on approach. You can maintain those technologies and you can upgrade those technologies. So that kind of a HR which actually collaborates with the industry, all kind of industries, so that we can increase the required output of the industries through a good input by producing this kind of graduates and even the skilled workers. Now, as far as AI and the IT related business is concerned, our focus is on professional skills which deal with IT, number one, high-tech skills for the industry. Our focus is on creating a kind of centers which deal with IT, AI, robotics, intelligent machines, and also helping out bigger systems like Pakistan Railway to actually upgrade to ML1 and beyond. So that kind of HR required in terms of engineers, technologists, and skilled workers. In biomedical, we are creating a center with the help of German industry, Siemens, where we use AI within the biomedical systems so that we can help our health systems and the care system. And also we are developing a product development center which will relate to energy storage systems, which will relate to maybe e-vehicles, which will also relate to producing and taking care of complete AI systems of Pakistan Railways. So this is just one kind of a major project which we are bringing in the future, but the focus remains on producing the graduates and the skilled workers which are hands-on, which understand the technologies, who can implement the technologies, and who can help the industry to actually enhance their businesses and the outputs.
Good morning, everyone. This is Dr. Fatma Bajwa from NTU. My question to General Saab is, General Saab, you just mentioned about the massive and up-to-date AI system being developed by China. So are we participating in that, or are we just going to be a beneficiary of that? Or would that able us to cater what India is doing in AI field?
Being a very new university, probably we are not there. But I just refer to a research which has been actually made public by the Chinese side. So it was just a reference to that. And that actually surprised me to the extent that when you achieve Mach 8 and beyond, the waves, the shock waves which are produced on any body which is actually traveling at that speed, it actually generates a millions of patterns. And if you were to analyze those patterns manually, it was never possible. So, but when you develop an AI system, machines and programs which can evaluate them and recognize and differentiate those patterns, it is well within the reach of designers to design a system. You can imagine what kind of ascendancy technologically China will achieve over other countries. We are not participating, we're not at all part of it, and nobody probably these kinds of things are very, very confidential, but it's just a publication which has been made there. Yeah, please.
Because obviously there are a lot of there's a lot of potential for application of AI in industry. As you mentioned, one of the areas in logistics. Obviously, I feel like that you are mentioning that we can collect data, analyze it, and then optimize the supply chains, and how do we plan our roads networks. But that is one area. But what about the rest of the industry, and what your organization is doing or plans to do, cooperating with those industries who are embarking on this journey?
As he said, that new tech is just in infancy. We are just 3 years old. We have a vision. And that vision, if I have to state it in front of you, it is a university which can create, innovate, develop, implement, and transfer technologies for the good use of industry and for the service of the nation. If this is a statement in front of you, I think in the future we will be looking into kind of a education system which will deal with any basic level skill to a post-grad studies, all focused on basically on these 4 cardinals of the vision of new tech. Now, how do we achieve it, and in what time frame do we achieve it? I think it's a long journey, not an easy one. But the strongest point of our curriculum and education system is linkage with the industry. And over last 3 years, we have worked very hard to actually break into this industrial system, make contacts with them. For example, you have mentioned the defense industry. We are now into cooperation with major players within the defense industry, and we are trying to bring the problems from them and maybe develop a synthesis to actually what kind of innovation or R&D we can do for them. Just to mention one, and this is because जो लोग शिकार वगैरह करते हैं, जो शूटिंग वगैरह करते हैं, just पाकिस्तान में बहुत सारे ऐसे लोग हैं. We looked into a system of Pakistan Army that when you want to achieve a first bullet hit on a target, there are so many problems related to training of the firer. There are so many problems related to the atmospheric conditions and even the weapon and the bullet itself. So we have developed a system over last, with an R&D of 4 to, I think, 5 months. We have developed a system for the Pakistan Army and all the shooters that you will be able to achieve hit with the first bullet. So I think instead of, let's say, achieving with 10% accuracy, that means after 10 bullets you achieve 1, we will be achieving with the first hit. I think that's that gives us a good, actually, insight into one of the problems of, let's say, the defense industry or the people who use it. We have developed a ventilator system over an effort of 2 years, our team, and inshallah that ventilator system is a ICU-based system which has gone into a clinical trial in CMH, and within the next 4 to 5 months, we will give to our healthcare industry the first kind of a 9-mode, top-of-the-line, world-level ventilator system. So we are into it. Inshallah, as we travel into the future, we will look into so many things, but that means a lot of industrial connections, a lot of networking with the industry, and also bringing in the industry on board to actually let us know what are their problems. I think there's a gap there, and we will try to bridge it. Sorry for the long answer, but thank you.
Thank you very much, General Saab, for all the insights that you gave us. Next, we have a very interesting fireside chat planned for all of you between two leading minds in artificial intelligence. We are honored to have with us Dr. Atif Farid Muhammad, who is the Chief Science Officer on Revo. He's also a machine learning and blockchain professor at UNC Charlotte, USA, who is joining us from the United States. Along with Dr. Farid, we have Dr. Yasser Ayaz, who is Chairman, National Center of Artificial Intelligence. Dr. Yasser has also been recently awarded the Pride of Performance Award for his many contributions towards the field of science in Pakistan. Please welcome both the esteemed gentlemen. Thank you.
Okay. So it's a pleasure to be here, and good to meet Dr. Atif Farid as well. So artificial intelligence is a very hot topic for these days, and like this summit is all about it. And like this beginning of the event, this fireside chat can help us like set the pace for like what kind of discussion will unfold during the rest of the day as well. So thank you, Dr. Atif, for joining us all the way from USA. And I'll let you have the stage first, and you can maybe shed some light on the scene of artificial intelligence in the US and how you perceive it evolving in the coming years. So that's like resuming what we had like said in the beginning, I'll let you have the stage first, and you can speak a little bit about like what's the scene of artificial intelligence in the US. We of course know about it, sitting in Pakistan, we keep reading about developments of AI in the US, but sitting there in person, like what's your take on it?
पहली बात तो ये कि आपको बहुत बहुत मुबारक हो, आपने हमारा सर फख्र से बुलंद किया, बहुत शुक्रिया. It sometimes takes, most of the time I'm speaking English all the time, and it's like जबड़े थक जाते हैं यार अंग्रेजी बोल बोल के यहाँ पे अमेरिका में रह के. आपने जो सवाल किया है that is extremely significant. अभी जनरल साहब ने बहुत अच्छी बातें की. I actually once upon a time long ago, I actually was computer instructor for Pakistan Army, 51 Lancers. It was Armored Corps a while back. I left Pakistan in 1997, and I am witnessing the changes which are coming in the industry of artificial intelligence. And why I call it an industry, because this is a parallel. This is a parallel of several other areas in technology that we are working with. मैंने क्या देखा है, मैंने जब PhD खत्म की अपनी दूसरी आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के अंदर यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ नॉर्थ डकोटा से, तो मेरी पहली PhD थी साइबर सिक्योरिटी में. But I was funded by NASA, and I'm still a NASA research scientist, and I'm associated with Columbus, North Carolina Observatory, where we look at near Earth objects. अभी जनरल साहब ने मिसाल दी कि इस तरह एक ऑब्जेक्ट, फ्लाइंग ऑब्जेक्ट हमारे हदूद में आया और हमने उसके बहुत सारे डेटा पॉइंट्स मिले. इस तरह सुपरसोनिक का जो एग्जांपल दिया जनरल साहब ने, that is so relevant. We have witnessed from the standard stick shift car. I drove Tesla by signing in my life in Columbus, Ohio, that I'll not touch the steering, and I'll not push the brakes. Neither I'll actually accelerate the car, and I will verbally advise the car where to go and where to come back, and what would be the routes potentially. I'll speak with the car like Knight Rider, Once Upon a Time, long ago, if you remember that. So I have personally invested quite a few of my, resources, and found out several comorbidities that are associated in our healthcare can actually elevate the epidemiological, the sensory inputs and the things that we make a decision on, वो हमारे ज़हन पे उसका असर होता है. उसको हम कैसे नाप सकते हैं? Just by the simple monitoring of the heartbeat. And that's Apple Watch is pretty much near to give you real lifetime what is happening with your body, even in terms of thought process. So there are tons of things. I mean, there are three things I'll share with you, then I'll give you the mic back. There are three major ingredients of our social sciences that we must look at. The first one is narrative. Second one is ethnography. And the third one is phenomenology. When we combine all these three social sciences, we get artificial intelligence. And I'll go more on top of it, but Dr. Saab, I render the mic back to you. Thank you for giving me a chance.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this very kind introduction and setting the pace actually. So, just like Dr. Saab ne kaha, like artificial intelligence is like, as there was an article by Forbes on this topic, like the AI, they say is the new electricity, right? So with the expected growth in artificial intelligence and the GDP contribution in trillions in US dollars by the year 2030. So I think it's 13.7 trillion US dollars by the year 2030, the number, you must be familiar because this is an AI gathering. So हमने भी यही realize किया when the National Center of Artificial Intelligence came into being and like going through all the competitive selection process and right at the very beginning, right at the onset, let me give you the credit for this actually to set the pace for this National Center, and taking the first initiative goes to the Higher Education Commission of Pakistan, I think, who thought about this idea in 2016 when like people were yet the current, you could say, flow of like interest towards artificial intelligence was not the way it is today. So I think it was back in August or July 2016 when this idea was thought up by Higher Education Commission, and they floated this idea that all the universities in Pakistan should apply, and then they see who are the best performing people in artificial intelligence in Pakistan, and based on their evaluation, they should start the National Center. And they made a new kind of model which did not exist in Pakistan before, with a consortium-based labs system, a network of labs distributed across Pakistan, selecting the PIs on merit and picking up people from Islamabad, Lahore, Peshawar, Karachi, from various universities, and funding them to make more established labs, giving them some sort of hardware to spur on some research. And I see Dr. Zainul Abidin, who has like led this initiative and at the HEC level for such a long time. So sir, and also Dr. Athar Usama, two very prominent names who like really spurred on the initiative right from the beginning. So let's start by giving the credit where it's due. So National Center, when we came into being at that time, like now we see a lot of other centers coming up, and we see many new programs of masters and PhD in AI also evolving since 2020 actually. So we've also made a standard program and everything with that. But being the first one in the field, when we started interacting with the industry of Pakistan, we realized that Forbes are very right, and the need for AI even in Pakistan is there in virtually every field. Dr. Adnan is sitting here from my team, and like he has developed a software which is actually deployed. Its first version is there. It's available with the Supreme Court of Pakistan, which actually works to assess cases and like goes through a lot of sift through a lot of data. So data mining is there, and to assess the cases, make their summaries, to like mask off the names where anonymity is important in data where it has to be shared publicly, and a lot of other. I think maybe Dr. Adnan will have an opportunity later here, so he can brief about that in person. Similarly, we've had like software developed for the media, like for media industry, for analytics, like for real-time streams coming from TV, we can make real-time analytics, especially for days like these days, which we have in Pakistan right now, where a lot of things are evolving at a very fast pace. And even if you miss 1 hour of news, you feel like you've missed a lot. So even to generate a summary which could be sent to you on text and you could be updated with the news is very useful for people like us. So we got this chance to be like hands-on with a lot of product development, to actually meet with the industry and to have the most capable team of Pakistan with in the academia, at least based on the Higher Education Commission evaluation, to have that with us. So that's a big strength with which we have worked during the past few years. And I'm happy to share that we have generated the funding of about, I think, above 427 million during the last around 2.5 years. Right, so this is based on the projects and stuff, and we've won international projects too. So coming back to Dr. Atif Saab, Dr. Saab, one thing that we observe very frequently in Pakistan is that we feel that a lot of hardware related to artificial intelligence is developed and is available outside the country. And we know that this kind of strategic, you could say, power in one part of the world can, anytime somebody can pull the plug on us and say that maybe we don't have the system anymore. We don't really have any artificial intelligence hardware developed in Pakistan so far. There are some labs that are working on it, including some of our labs, but we don't have any hardware of that type put in real, you could say, use in Pakistan, which is developed locally. So how do you see this battle evolving? Some people in the world are developing. How do you compare the hardware related to AI developed from the US or developed from other parts of the world, like China, for example? How do you compare them? And how do you see this playing its role strategically in the long run?
So that's a very valid question. There are 3 types of industries in the hardware which are working at this very moment in United States and Canada. And one sort of industry is in China, which is prevalent in terms of designing and devising the motherboards. जब मैं कराची यूनिवर्सिटी में पहला मास्टर्स कर रहा था 95-97 में, तो हमारे पास एक हार्डवेयर का कोर्स था. It was a while back. और उसमें हमने खुद डिजाइन किया था एक माइक्रो प्रोसेसर by writing our own assembly language. And I'm talking 95-97 Karachi University, when my father was posted in Naval Headquarters. And being the army family, I had a chance to live in several cities in Pakistan, and that was my first interaction with physically building a motherboard, which was utilized to give inputs by touching the surfaces. It was a wooden surface or it was a non-wooden surface. So I relate that narrative back to United States. Dr. Atif Zafar हैं हमारे पास यहाँ पे इंडियानापोलिस में. उन्होंने BRANE नामी कंपनी का आगाज किया था कोई 6 या 7 साल पहले, और उन्होंने माइक्रो प्रोसेसर्स डिवाइस किए हैं जो यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स में अवेलेबल चिप्स हैं उनके ऊपर, rather than relying on the Taiwanese chips. So the idea is the polarization is happening on a very bigger scale. Pardon me, this is my sleep time. I'm like it's almost like 1 a.m. in the morning with me. I had a coffee and sat down and wait for you, and you were stuck in the traffic. So let me get back. So there are 3 types of hardware being established in the world at this moment. One is purely for the space sciences, and the other one is purely for the doing the quantum computing. And when you say quantum computing, that means that you have a 360. You should have a 360 coverage to do the 360 sensor data at one time without losing a beat. And that is happening simultaneously in China. Taiwan is the best manufacturer of the motherboards and the silicon chips. The best suggestion is General Sahib University, they should actually give the actual people the actual motherboards in their people's hands and ask them to start with the XOR, NOR, and OR gates. That is where everything starts. And trust me, the Raspberry Pi, which is like $12 a piece, $12 a piece, can make decisions better than the first rocket that was sent to the moon. So these are my 2 cents. Back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. So, in Pakistan, when we talk about AI, one of the major challenges, at least which I've encountered, is that when we try to a long time back, I tried one of my initial startups was to make a smart camera, AI-based camera, which learned about the faces of people, when they were coming in, for household use. I'm feeling strange कि मैं English में बोल रहा हूँ, डॉक्टर साहब अमेरिका से उर्दू में बोल रहे हैं, तो maybe I should also be bilingual. तो जब हमने वो मार्केट में इंट्रोड्यूस कराया, तो what we realized is कि जो मार्केट में इसकी even जो मैं कंपनीज का नाम नहीं लूंगा, लेकिन फॉर एग्जांपल when we interacted with various you could say services providers in Pakistan, and also because उनकी हाथ होता है उनका नब्ज के ऊपर ना लोगों की, और उनको पता होता है कि लोग क्या चाहते हैं, तो while there was importance in terms of for example cloud के लिए importance थी कि for example वीडियो उनके पास available हो, लेकिन AI based analytics की समझ जो है वो लोगों में बहुत कम थी. तो it takes a lot of you could say convincing part to people, even though AI has a lot of benefits, but to convince common persons in Pakistan yet, because the awareness is yet very low. तो I guess कि ये एक challenge है जो कि compared to the US और advanced countries, हमें पाकिस्तान में even though कि we are AI scientists, we are capable, वो हम चीजें उसी लेवल की develop करते हैं, और कई आप जो हमारे solutions हैं उनको बाहर भी अगर आप देखें तो maybe last month we published with Nature, एंड ऑल्सो हम बड़े टॉप जो आर्टिकल्स छापते रहते हैं पाकिस्तान से, प्रोडक्ट्स भी बनाते हैं, बाहर भी शोकेस करते हैं, यहाँ भी शोकेस करते हैं. तो जो मुझे अभी बताया गया कि टाइम खत्म हो रहा है, तो आई थिंक वी मस्ट एंड इट ऑन अ गुड इंटरेस्टिंग नोट. तो व्हाट आई थिंक इज कि हमें पाकिस्तान से एक चीज की जरूरत यह है कि हम यहाँ से बैठ के बाहर की मार्केट को भी टैप करने की कोशिश करें, और अपने आप को सिर्फ यहाँ की मार्केट पे फोकस ना करें, बिकॉज AI बेस्ड प्रोडक्ट्स की जो सेलिंग हो सकती है, जो सेल हो सकती है, वो सिर्फ हमारे मुल्क में नहीं हो सकती बल्कि बाहर भी हो सकती है. एंड इट नेवर हर्ट्स कि हम कुछ फाइनेंसेस यहाँ लाएं. विद टाइम यहाँ पे भी लोग मजीद सेंस डेवलप करेंगे, और जरूरत इसकी डेफिनेटली है. इन माय ब्रीफ इंटरेक्शंस विद द गवर्नमेंट में, स्मार्ट सिटीज की जो टीम थी गवर्नमेंट ऑफ पाकिस्तान की, जो प्रेसिडेंट हाउस से लॉन्च हुई थी, फवाद चौधरी साहब की और सर ज़ैनुल आबिदीन और तारिक बनूरी साहब के रेफरेंस से उसमें जो सारी डेवलपमेंट हुई, तो उस टाइम पर आई वाज लीडिंग दैट टीम, और उसमें हमने कुछ इंटरेक्ट भी किया जो स्टेक होल्डर्स थे उनके साथ. और फिर हमने उसके बाद जो अभी रिसेंटली प्रेसिडेंट एक मीटिंग की थी जो वाटर के ऊपर, तो अभी एक तो ये कि डाटा को किस फॉर्म में शेयर करना है, कैसे स्टोर करना है, और डाटा कितना इंपॉर्टेंट है, इसको किस तरह क्लीन करना है, एनोटेट करना है, इसकी सेंस हमारे जिन लोग जो AI के पोटेंशियल कस्टमर्स ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हैं उनमें भी कम है. तो आई थिंक द नीड इज टू हैव अ लॉट ऑफ अवेयरनेस फॉर द यूजर्स जो AI को इस्तेमाल करेंगे, और डेवलपर्स की हमारी कुछ टीम्स कम टुगेदर कर चुकी हैं, प्राइवेट एंटिटीज भी हैं, गवर्नमेंट एंटिटीज भी हैं, और हम मिलकर इसमें काम कर सकते हैं ताकि हम पाकिस्तान में जो AI रेवोल्यूशन है उसकी पेस को सेट कर सकें. थैंक यू वेरी मच, एंड थैंक यू डॉक्टर साहब. थैंक यू फॉर जॉइनिंग अस फ्रॉम द US.
बहुत शुक्रिया. खुदा हाफिज.
Well, what an insightful fireside chat we had. Got to learn an American or Pakistani American perhaps point of view and a Pakistani point of view. Dr. Yasser, thank you very much. People often happen to say that AI is the future of Pakistan. I tend to disagree. AI has now become the present of Pakistan. And with summits like these and people like Dr. Yasser and all these esteemed gentlemen who have spoken and will be speaking, surely Pakistan and the relationship with AI is in good hands and a good future. Anyhows, next up we have a very special guest of honor without whom this summit would not have been possible. Without his efforts, the Ministry of IT would not be perhaps at the optimum performing level that it is right now. So without further ado, allow me to invite on stage Janab Dr. Mohammad Sohail Rajput, the Federal Secretary of the Ministry of IT and Telecom. With a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I would like to thank the organizers of this event today, Faisal Saab from Total Communication and his team. Indeed, it's a pleasure to be here and to speak on a subject which I am not an expert, but I know that government has a lot of responsibility to create that environment which promotes not only AI but other frontier technologies as well in the country. Before speaking about how government will like to promote this, I will just begin with saying that if we look at the Pakistan's economic journey, we see that in 60s probably we were at par with China and South Korea in the economic terms. Pakistan was an agrarian economy and transforming towards industrial economy, but somewhere in 70s and 80s we lost that track, and our migration to industrial economy and industry and manufacturing-led growth became sluggish, and the other economies who were at par with us at that point in time have leapfrogged forward. Now the world is transforming from the industrial economy to the knowledge-based, service-led economies, and this is the time for the country to see if we can pick up the pace and catch on the missed journey and speed up our transformation towards a knowledge-based economy so that we can catch up on the missed decades. For that, I think IT-enabled services can act as a catalyst, and this realization is now very strong in the government that we shall promote this sector, we shall promote the technology, and we shall invest in human capital so that whatever we have missed, we shall not miss it again. Having said that, so this structural transformation, if it has to take place, it will take place through technology. And in a young country like ours, which has a very strong youth bulge with a lot of young population, we have that kind of asset in which if we can investing in youth and in our human capital, I think we still have the time to catch up with the world. So where the role of government comes in that? What I see the role of government is, if you can look here, I think it says that organized by Total and supported by Government of Pakistan. So this very succinctly depicts this shall be the role of the government. It shall not be doing things itself. We have already made a lot of mess trying to do business, steel mill and PIAs and railways. We have stories about the inefficiencies and loss of productivity, etc., etc. So government's job is to create an enabling environment which gives a level playing field to the private sector competitors. Don't over-regulate, just facilitate with minimum government, where a company or an industry is not asked for providing us, getting an NOC at every step of its business. That shall be the government's model if we want to facilitate the technological transformation of the country. So, government shall be working on right kind of policies in order to create that enabling environment. Speaking about the IT ministry, in recent past, we have come up with set of policies in order to facilitate the industry. To name a few, recently Pakistan has got its first cybersecurity policy, and we are now working on rolling it out. A month or 6 weeks back, Cabinet approved Cloud First policy for Pakistan. Now we have got the approval from the Cabinet for the first Personal Data Protection Act. Cabinet has approved it. Now it's with the Law Ministry for vetting, and then it will go to the Parliament for enactment. For the facilitation of telecom sector, we had the right-of-way policy in order to expedite the laying of the optical fibers and penetration of broadband services in the country. So these are the kind of initiatives which government is taking in order to promote the technology in the country. In the cloud first policy, the aim was to see how the data can be located, which kind of data can be located outside the country, which kind of data shall be located inside the country, which can be hosted in the private clouds, which can be hosted on the public cloud. So those guidelines and parameters are there. When you speak about the artificial intelligence, it's based on data. And in Pakistan, government is the holder of the biggest data. But unfortunately, that data is fragmented. It lies with multiple organizations in the federal level, provincial level, local government level, and there is no culture of sharing data. Rather, each organization is very possessive and kind of secretive of data. So unless we change that mindset, this AI concept promotion in the country will be a big challenge. So currently we are working, my member IT, Junaid, is also here. We are working on a data governance framework for the country, which will provide the framework in which the organizations in the government, which are the custodians of data, they shall be given a framework in which they can share that data. So that framework will hopefully, inshallah, will be launched in a couple of months. And with this Personal Data Protection Act, because one of the challenge with AI, I am not a technical expert on the subject, but I have read some books which says that ultimately privacy of the citizens will become compromised. So we shall be mindful of the fact that how the data is to be shared. Our Personal Data Protection Act is an attempt at that direction, is an attempt to show that the citizens' data is sacrosanct. It shall be used only for the bona fide purposes, and it shall not be misused in any way. So these kind of frameworks, if available, it will facilitate the industry, it will facilitate the private sector, because the growth lies there. The government is just to help the industry and the business to grow. And that is how the economic development in the country will come, and this is how the job for our youth will be generated. There are a lot of positives about the AI and its uses, which have been discussed a lot. But we shall be cognizant of the fact, particularly being in the government, that everything which has a lot of upside also come with its downsides. And the downside with technology particularly is that the jobs will continue to become redundant. And people in future, like when I did my graduation, I know that I have a career and I will work for the same profession till I get retired in 60. But there is no more a given case now. With technology evolving so fast and disruptions coming into, I think my children and your children, they will have to maybe switch professions every 5 to 10 years. New skills have to be learned, old skills have to be unlearned, and that shall be a constant challenge. So how to cope with this? This is the job of the government, to put up the framework where this disruption created by the technology is addressed and people given the opportunity to retrain, to build up their skills so that whatever upsides we have from the technology are getting maximum benefit from. वरना वो जो फैज़ ने कहा था उस तरह ना हो कि शुरू में तो आए कुछ अब कुछ शराब आए और उसके बाद आए जो अजाब आए. तो we shall be mindful of the fact that how it will end. So with this, I will again like to congratulate the organizers of this event, because these events provide us the opportunity for networking, for coordination between the academia, the industry and the government, and also come up with new ideas and see how we can collaborate in promoting the development of this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Janab, for your wonderful words. I would like for Mr. Federal Secretary Saab to give the mementos to our esteemed speakers. Could I please invite upon to the stage General Saab, Abu Ashar Naeem, and Dr. Yasser to receive their mementos one by one, ji. Ladies and gentlemen, we can expect some enthusiasm perhaps. A round of applause for General Saab. Dr. Yasser, do we have you amongst us? Well, can we request for the memento to be given to? तो अब हालात व वाक़यात कुछ इस तरह के हैं जी कि हम सुबह से बैठे हुए हैं और बड़ी कमाल किस्म की गुफ्तगू सुन रहे हैं, लेकिन थोड़ा सा चाय पानी तो बनता है शायद. तो let's have a quick 15 minutes refreshments break, and post that we can then continue the summit, and we have something very exciting planned for you post the tea session. So let's just quickly refresh ourselves for the upcoming sessions. Thank you.
Will be focused on AI implementation, its unit economics, and how it's impacting organizations and different operations within those organizations. We have gathered a panel from wide range of backgrounds to help us establish a better understanding of how AI is making a difference across industries. Our next panel discussion is on AI use cases. And let me call on stage our moderator for this panel discussion, Mohammad Umar, founder and CEO of SOSAM Solutions, who will introduce his panelists.
Thank you very much. Let's just wait for the panelists. Give them a couple of more minutes. Just an interesting observation. Some IT problem. I think quite a few said that they're not experts in AI. So my personal opinion on that is you're not supposed to be AI. If everybody tries to be an expert in AI will. So we need domain expertise. That's very important. I think collectively what we need to ask ourselves a question today is, why are we here today to attend this summit? Any answers from anyone? Other than a good cup of tea, sandwiches, cake? Why are we here today to attend this summit? Yes, please. Thank you very much. That's a fantastic answer. This is exactly the answer I was looking for. Really about use cases. How can we take Pakistan a step ahead? How can we make an impact on ours and other people's lives using AI? AI is just one of the many tools that you've got. Do not try, so we're not expected to be an expert. But I think with that, let's start with our panel discussion. So I'll just introduce myself. My name is Mohammed Umar. I'm the CEO and founder of SOSAM Solutions. We are an AI company, by the way. With me, I've got Mr. Azhar Ziaur Rahman. He's member president's team on emerging. We've got Mr. Jawad Khalid Mirza. He is CISO Askari Bank, and is also a chairman Cyber Security Forum, Pakistan Banks Association. With Mr. Jawad, the gentleman sitting, his name is Mr. Ali, co-founder and managing director, DICE Analytics. And the furthest gentleman sitting is Mr. Mir Anwar. He is the director, Journal Technology, SARS program. Do we have anybody connecting online as well? I think Sophia Hasnan. Sophia is the founder and CEO of Linked Things. Is it good enough? Finally. So, Mr. Azhar, you are holding an important position, being a member of President's team on emerging technologies. What is your take on the landscape of AI in Pakistan in particular, and globally in general?
AI is as good as the data it depends on. In Pakistan and also elsewhere, data is a big problem. Rajput Sahab mentioned about his ministry working on data governance, and that will lay the foundation of AI in the long run. I've been working in the Middle East on data governance for many years, and what we did in the UAE and Riyadh was the creation of data governance framework, which he talked about. Until you've got that data governance framework and a methodology to implement that framework, you will not have data that you can rely on for AI. So that is probably the first thing that has to be done. In addition to that, two other things that are being done in the ministry are the law on data privacy, which is also very important to make a basis for AI. And the other one is the policy for information security, which is not there, but there is a policy for cyber security, which is a subset of information security. So these three things probably will lay the foundation for AI in the long run. As far as the technology for AI itself is concerned, I think we've got enough of it. We've got a lot of experts, a lot of PhDs, a lot of performers, a lot of successful people. So that is not the problem. But the basis for AI is not there. And that is what the challenge is over the next probably 5 years, that we have to create the data as the basis for AI in Pakistan.
Mr. Mir Anwar, you're heading the technology for SARS, and we know that millions of beneficiaries benefit from a SARS program, and quite a sizable amount of money flows through a SARS system. What is your take? What kind of use cases SARS can really create to help the beneficiaries and the citizens of Pakistan?
I think I'm audible now.
Yes.
Right? Thank you very much, Umar. So I'm sure quite a few know about a SARS program. If not, let me give you a quick round of introduction. Then I'll explain that how AI is actually supporting us for the objectives we are trying to achieve. So SARS is one of the program under the SARS umbrella is called BISP, Benazir Income Support Program, where actually we support the livelihood of the poorest of the poor. For that, we have developed a formula which is called PMT, Gurbat Ka Ek Meyar Hai. Under that particular score, whoever falls in that score, we give them some stipend to maintain their livelihood. In addition to that, we lately ran a survey which is called NSCR, National Socioeconomic Registry. And when I say that, the survey was being conducted across Pakistan at grassroots level, and we have the data of like everybody around with 67 variables. So probably if some of my colleague from NADRA is sitting here, they know around 16 odd variables about everybody in Pakistan. I mean, based on the quantum of the data, I can safely say that we are one of the largest data set in Pakistan. اور جو بات عمر نے کہی, to make AI understand in simple words, یہ بڑا سادہ سا if or else کا فارمیٹ ہے. اگر یہ نہیں تو پھر یہ. But when you are playing with this quantum of data, it actually gets very complex. اور جب آپ کو ایکچولی اس ریئل بینیفیشری حقدار تک پہنچنا ہے, اس کو آپ نے پیسے پہنچانے ہیں, so really have to find out that what information is being laid out as true or false. کیا اس نے سچ بولا, کیا اس نے ہمیں سچ نہیں بتایا. So there are different interventions of AI, like the methodologies of deep learning and RPAs. They have helped us a lot. کہ کس ڈسٹرکٹ میں, کس بینک, کس کاؤنسل میں کتنے لوگ ہیں اور ان کو کیسے سرو کیا جا سکتا ہے. لوکنگ ایٹ دی کوانٹم آف ڈیٹا, کہاں پر انٹرونشنس کو زیادہ امپلیمنٹ کرنے کی ضرورت ہے. ڈاؤن دا روڈ جو یوز کیسز ہمارے سامنے, جو کہ دا کوشچن سامنے آئے ہیں, وہ یہ ہیں کہ غربت کے معیار کو معلوم کرنے کے لیے دو وی رین اے سروے, مگر اس ڈیٹا کی کلینزنگ, اس ڈیٹا کی گورننس اور اس ڈیٹا کو بہتر طریقے سے کیسے یوز کیا جائے. سو آئی بلیو وی نو دا ڈفرینس بٹوین دی انفارمیشن اینڈ ڈیٹا. سو AI actually has helped us that how we can read out that raw data and can make some meaningful information out of that data. اور اس کی سکسیس یہ ہے کہ different agencies, INGOs and many other associations, not only for government but also from the private sector, they use this data set now. اور ان کے ساتھ کمیونیکیشن کے لیے سرکار نے ایک دفعہ سروے رن کر دیا, and now the survey does not get obsolete. اس کو ہم نے ایک ڈائنامک فیز میں کنورٹ کیا, اگین تھینکس ٹو AI جس نے ہمارے لیے کام آسان کیا. فار دیٹ میٹر وی ڈیولپڈ اے پلیٹفارم وچ از کالڈ NDEP, نیشنل ڈیٹا ایکسچینج پلیٹفارم, جہاں پر آئی ایم سوری فار گیٹنگ اے بٹ ٹیکنیکل, جہاں پر ہم اوپن APIs کا آرکیٹیکچر ایک استعمال کرتے ہیں وچ از کوگنیٹیو ان نیچر. وین آئی سے کوگنیٹیو مینس ناٹ اونلی اٹ کین اسپیک بٹ کین آلسو لسن. سو اگر کوئی ایجنسی مجھ سے یہ ڈیٹا مانگتی ہے کہ مجھے فلاں ڈسٹرکٹ اور فلاں سٹی میں غریبوں کا ڈیٹا آپ ہمیں دے دیں, تو ہم ان سے یہ پوچھتے ہیں کہ آپ ان کے لیے کیا سروس کرنے جا رہے ہیں. فار انسٹنس somebody applies for the loan to the bank اور اس کو 5 لاکھ روپے کا لون دیتا ہے, سو دیٹ مینس ناؤ اس کا غربت کا معیار دوبارہ کیلکولیٹ کرنے کی ضرورت ہے کیونکہ اس کو 5 لاکھ روپے کا لون مل چکا ہے. سو دس سیٹ آف انفارمیشن ڈز ناٹ ٹریول آن دا نیٹورک اور ایک دوسرے کے ساتھ شیئر نہیں کرتی. اس وقت تک نہ یہ ڈیٹا اپڈیٹ رہے گا اور نہ ہی اس سے ہم میننگ فل انفارمیشن آن دا ٹائم میں نکال سکیں گے. سو گورنمنٹ ٹیکنگ کوائٹ آف ادر یوزفل انیشیٹیوز, ان میں سے probably this is one of those initiatives which has been recognized globally. Now we are the world 4th largest program. COVID کے اندر جو آپ نے دیکھا the kind of appreciation the government got. So not advocating all the government initiatives, but yes, something nice which was happened and that was being recognized globally as well. And thanks to AI for helping us to read out that data جو کہ meaningful translation کر سکا ہمارے لیے. Thank you.
Jawad, my next question would be to you. Being a security authority and chief information security officer, what sort of use cases do you think AI can construct in conjunction with security, particularly for banking maybe, or in a broader sense as well?
Yes, thank you, Umar, for posing this question to me. Actually, I'm leading the cyber security space as well and representing banking fraternity as well. Let me tell you one thing. Once a quote I have read in a book that who masters the science of AI that rules the world. It's said by the Putin 2 years back in some conference, right? This is a reality of and power of this field that leaders are educating about it, right? Coming to the banking sector use cases, we are looking for the credit worthiness first of all. अगर मुझे बैंक लोन लेना है तो मतलब credit worthiness is a bigger challenge for us. What China did to this? Ant Financial, मैं case study present बताना चाह रहा था यहाँ पे. Ant Financial की they have a framework called Zima, right? For this Zima credit framework, they have a huge data set around it, right? They have the strategy that is called 310. Anyone who applies the loan, it will take 3 minutes to apply the loan, 1 second to transfer the fund, and 0 human intervention, right? These are the use cases the Chinese are clearly utilizing it. They are having a joint KYC platform. They have creditworthiness, as I earlier told you, and there are multiple other use cases all around the banking sector, right? Coming to the cybersecurity space, I'm reading the Forbes back in last year. More than 27% of the executives of the institutions are concerned about the adversaries leveraging AI into their hacking tools, right? We, as a cybersecurity practitioners, 90 to 95% of the practitioners are really afraid that now the cyberspace has become vulnerable. They use AI and machine learning tools to leverage their strength, right? By that thing, now we are the defending space. Now also we are considering to utilize AI for our defending purposes as well. Moreover, use cases are a bit brighter. We are leveraging cyber fraud thing on the banking side, safer payments. We have to contextualize, there are many use cases. Once we have to have a data set that if I'm using my mobile app, the data sets use be how I'm using my app, but my finger, मैं कैसे उसको use करता हूँ, मेरे हाथ का pressure कितना है मेरे मोबाइल पे, मैं अपनी बैटरी की चार्ज कितना usually कम रखता हूँ, ज़्यादा रखता हूँ. These are the data points which reflects कि this is a genuine account holder or not. We can build, because the AI leveraged you on that. उसके बाद आपके पास use cases में security के अंदर we are running 24/7 cyber security operations, right? We don't have the capacity, on the static side, we don't have the capacity to leverage AI, things are moving on, 0 days attacks are happening around. Because of the help of AI, we can leverage this thing. Now, these are the technologies on the west side, they are developing it, that leverage AI to support us. We have to quantify cyber risk scores. We have to build use cases on data leakage prevention sort of things. We can leverage, one of the more key area is about industrial IoTs and IoT itself. These are the, now AI helps this cyberspace as well on IoT space as well. There are multiple use cases we can build around, but the thing is we are afraid of, AI. The adversaries can use these things against many organizations for their own being. But the thing is, we are now on the defense side, we are also preparing for it, leveraging for it.
You mentioned IoT, and actually that brings me naturally to Sophia Hasnan, who is the founder and CEO of Linked Things. And it's all about IoT on your side of the world, Sophia, isn't it? But what sort of use cases do you see? I mean, I know that there is a strong knit between IoT and AI. But how are we positioned for this marriage?
Okay, so first of all, thank you very much for the opportunity. Link Things is looking at two use cases, two areas actually. So we work in smart manufacturing area and smart cities area. And in what does IoT do? IoT actually it bridges the gap between the physical and the cyberspace. So we build devices to get the data from various machines to make them smart, to make the whole manufacturing process smart. And also similarly, we work with different entities in the city to get the data and make the cities smarter, to livable, especially the urban spaces. With IoT, naturally big data is tied to it, and especially if we work in the industrial IoT, I always say that there is little AI and more data analytics and more engineering principles to be used for the typical smart manufacturing use cases where we are actually identifying efficiencies. And even in the predictive maintenance use cases, it's a lot more physical engineering that is involved, but you get the data, you can actually relate to it. I think the interesting use cases would emerge when we look at in this AI space, when we look at predictive quality. So you look at, for example, the manufacturing process, and you determine the quality. Typically, the manufacturing process, the quality is at the end. If you can actually look at the whole manufacturing process, create a digital twin, you can actually determine the quality of the product. So that's one use case which we work on. The second, I think, is efficient use of our energy and water. So Pakistan, as you know, is starved for both energy and water, and there is a drought protection for 2025, and our largest exports are textile, which are heavy users of water. So this could also be like AI can be used there where to actually make the water consumption efficient, enforce recycling, and make the product sustainable. Similarly, on the energy side, we have seen that the legacy hardware, legacy machinery tend to be generally very expensive when it comes to energy efficiencies. These can be improved by looking at the inefficiencies, introducing measures, automatically introducing measures that automatically manage the load and provide efficient energy efficiency. So just to recap, like on the industrial side, we can look at increasing the product quality, reducing the water consumption, and making the energy consumption efficient. On the smart city side, we are actually running the largest air quality monitoring network in Karachi, and now have started looking at Lahore as well. So we've got about 50 devices across Pakistan, so Karachi, Lahore, Peshawar, and Islamabad. And it is very interesting to see how we can actually infer a lot of information about the city, about the citizen behavior by just looking at air quality data. So we've got a map, and we actually look at we can determine the traffic flow. We can determine the wind directions, and generally the citizen behavior. We can build citizen advisories, especially for the people who are vulnerable, are prone to get health issues with air quality. We can also determine traffic flows. We can determine heat index, and a lot more from just looking at the air quality data. And that is, I think, the biggest useful use case for the cities.
Fantastic. Mr. Ali Raza, you had an analytics company, and being a founder of a startup, I'm assuming that you are on the front line of business. So you must be getting a lot of requests from your clients and prospects about various use cases. So what would be the top 2 or top 3 use cases that really come your way being an entrepreneur in this space?
So thanks for the question. But before answering your question, I would just like add something to your question, that whenever we come up with the problem statement received from any person or any organization, everyone is talking about like AI, that we need AI, we can solve this problem with AI. But when we start to work on the problem, then we comes with a reality on ground, that picture on the ground is really different, right? Well, for example, recently we were working with an airline for the serviceability of their overall jets pool and inventory. They were talking about that we need an AI predictive model, and we want to increase our accessibility, that for example, if our jet will be in a hangar or in a workshop, so if it's visiting us for a particular time, you should predict that before flight or for example after a week, there should be a problem in this flight, so you should check it before they take off. So when we jumped to their data, they were talking about that there were other people as well. They were giving us 90% accuracy, and it was a really good model, what you can do. But when we jumped to their data, we looked at that the basic thing is still missing. That's the data engineering part, the data quality part, right? We can build a model with 90% accuracy, and everyone is asking that we need AI and we need to store data, but no one is talking about data engineering. And every time we come up with the use cases, our 90% of the time goes to the basic data quality checks and data gathering and basic data engineering. And same we are observing, like we are also like some sort of a training brand within the local market, and same we observe from the talent perspective, that everyone is talking about AI, data science and Python and R, the modern languages, but no one is talking about the basics, neither the client and neither them. When talking about the use cases, like I worked with telco, I worked with banks, I worked with like different law enforcement agencies. So when it comes towards the commercial side, then definitely customer is really you can say the king in the market and an industry. So starting from its onboarding or acquisition from day one, we build a lot of models. For example, one of the use cases which we recently developed was that a company was going to sell their products, and they were making roughly around 500 calls a day. Which means there was a lot of human resource deployed in their call centers. And at the end of the day, they were only getting 5 to 6 sales by the day end. So that's roughly not more than 10% of the conversion rate. So we built their models, and eventually they were achieving around 20% of conversion rate by just making around 50 calls. So AI is not about like making a direct impact or about making new revenue streams. Most of the times it's more helpful where it's helping you to reduce your operational cost, right? Similarly, then churn is a very big topic. It's a whole topic. Like I trained my first AI model back in 2011. Churn was still there, and customer churn is still now here. So everyone, when someone is generating revenue, someone is concerned about their customers, so they are talking about churn. Then about the use cases, you have talked about use cases. Like we segregate the two terms quite a lot with our customers when we talk with our customers, that you have to differentiate between the term data science and the term AI. So not every time AI will be helpful for you, not every time data science will be helpful for you. If you are a business oriented organization and you're more looking about your like you have some business KPIs about your customer growth or revenue growth and our operational expenses, then you should more focus toward data science, like conventional machine learning, where we're talking about basic predictive models, customer segmentation, your data segmentation, association rules. Even like I have observed that if an organization can implement a single use case in a true sense, like I'm talking about true sense. For example, if just I'm talking about an app user, that if your customer is landing on an app, and if you can just put the right product in front of him by using a simple and a very basic recommendation engine, it can give you a return into $1 million of amount. So it's all about placing a very simple model, but it should be touching 360 of your organization, starting from the customer channel where customer is interacting with you, then their data collection, the real time your data, your machine learning models execution, then based on those results or based on those insights, those results should be there. So that's it. Like, so there's a lot of variety. So data engineering should be focused, and then just focus on a simple use case, but make it a 360 implementation in the organization.
I think you brought a very good point, and thank you for that, Ali, that the underlying data is very important. There's garbage in and garbage out.
Yes.
So we need to put a focus on that. I'm really enjoying this discussion and really great input from the panelists about use cases. So really, I mean, I think to summarize, sky is the limit. We should not restrict our thinking daunted by AI. AI is just a tool, like I mentioned. What we need is domain experts. So whoever is doing it, they are healthcare workers, they are social workers in this room, they are engineers, and so many other professions. Those professions will stay very relevant, and they will work in collaboration with AI, and that's how we will make a better Pakistan. So I would just like to thank the distinguished panelists, Azhar Saab, Jawad Saab, Ali Saab, Mir Saab, and Sophia is probably still online. And thanks total for organizing this. Or maybe a round of applause for the panelists.
Thank you, Jay.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Umar, and thank you to all our panelists. I think the purpose of this panel was to establish that AI is to a very high degree industry agnostic. We heard about the limitations of AI when the panelists spoke about data filtering and fine-tuning. We heard about its implementation in cybersecurity, IoT, banking. So to move further, we would like to dive into individual industries. Our next speaker will be discussing one of the most important topics within cybersecurity and its relation with AI. AI has been implemented for some time now for intrusion detection systems to identify malware via signature. In the past few years, we have seen threat detection via anomaly detection and packet attributes. Now, most of these IDS systems are focused on building ML models for threat detection. To further talk about this and how this we have with us Mr. Joe Robertson, CISO Fortinet, who will be sharing with us how AI can be used to secure AI.
Hello, and thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. Let me go ahead and share my screen because I do have some slides that I think will help my discussion. Just a moment. And we'll do this and this. And you should be able to see my slides now. So, the subject of this event obviously is artificial intelligence, and the research and the realization of artificial intelligence has really advanced so much in the last few years. It's amazing. Research trying to move towards artificial general intelligence, or AGI, has been going on. But so far, the realizations are pretty much ANI, artificial narrow intelligence, as I'm sure you've heard from other speakers at this event. Now, regardless of the type of AI we're talking about, AGI or ANI, it runs on computers somewhere, which means it's subject to cyber attack by bad actors. So I'm going to be looking at two aspects of cyber protection involving AI. First, the general case of how we should be protecting the systems on which the AI is running. The second case is the use of ANI today to actually uncover threats, attacks, and indicators of compromise, with considering that there is such a mass of data available in our security systems.
I'm sorry, Joe, can you hear me?
Networks are providing data and our compute environments. So it really requires artificial intelligence. So let's start by looking at the current environment and the challenges that cybercrime and cyber attacks pose in general. On the one hand, all of these can impact AI systems that we are using to try to develop. Hello?
Yes, we can't see your presentation.
The presentation isn't visible. Well, that's really a shame because I've got some wonderful slides here. So let me see if I can get our wonderful system of screen sharing. Now, haha, is that doing something? Let's hope so. So the presentation should be visible now, and I should be able to do this. And it looks like I'm sharing the wrong screen. This is wonderful. Oh. Okay, I am going to assume that I'm sharing the right screen now, and that I am getting, if I'm not, then give me another phone call, please. Sorry about this. That's one of the joys of having a virtual connection. Sometimes you virtually don't know what you're doing. And in some cases, the reality is that as well. So let me just kind of finish. What I'm trying to say is that we've got cybersecurity challenges that are based on so many things that have changed in the last few years. And these apply to artificial intelligence systems as well as general computing systems. And there. Now, the thing that all of these issues have in common is the network. Okay, that's the common thread. AI requires a network to run, to get its input, to provide output, and all the threats and the attacks traverse a network at some time. So the network is a logical place to catch them and quarantine them and stop them. So let's take a moment and go back to why networking exists at all. Quite simply, it's because of computer applications and especially users of those applications. Users come in lots of shapes and sizes. For any company or organization, there's your staff, of course, there's customers and partners, all of whom may be accessing some of the company's information or getting into and working with the AI system. Now, they may be using a computer, they may be using some kind of a pad, a mobile telephone, and sometimes they aren't even people. They may be devices as well, cameras, printers, badge readers, and software, same thing there. Software moves in and out of environments, the data center, a cloud or different clouds, and they migrate from the development to the test to the production environment. And of course, modern software design with applications that are built around modular parts like containers that are glued together with APIs and remote program calls. All this means that the traffic is bouncing around clouds and data centers like a pinball machine. Connecting all of this is the job of the network, obviously. Traditionally, networking was pretty straightforward. It was about getting bits from point A to point B. That involves stuff like addresses for points A, B, and C, and directing traffic, finding the simplest or the cheapest route. None of this is easy, and I'm not saying that networking is simple. Anyone who's got a home computer and has tried to connect up the printer that's only 2 meters away knows that networking is not simple, but it is pretty straightforward as to what you're trying to do. On the other hand, cybersecurity especially, is not straightforward. It's really complicated because unlike networking, cybersecurity is about technology plus psychology. It's understanding how an attacker thinks, anticipating their moves, understanding their tools, techniques, and practices, and putting in place barriers throughout your environment so that you can detect and block and quarantine those attackers. This is defense in depth, multiple barriers so that if the attacker gets through one, there is hopefully another blocking his way. Now, this depends on understanding the different phases of an attack, what we call the cyber kill chain. Also, some people call it the MITRE attack framework. And you try to stop the attacks anywhere along the sequence. I'm going to give you a quick look at this. Before the attack even gets started, the attacker is doing reconnaissance and figuring ways to get into the systems and developing a cyber weapon that he's going to use for whatever his nefarious purposes are. Then he's going to find a way to deliver the weapon. That could be phishing, it could be email compromise, there's all kinds of different ways. And he's going to exploit the system. Maybe an SQL injection, an attack on an unpatched device, something like that. It could even be the Log4j exploit, which was very prominent about 4 months ago. And that could be used to get into a system. Then he's going to install the payload, the weapon, on the system within the target's environment. In many cases, the payload's going to be pretty simple. All it's going to do is call home to a command and control server and say, "Hi, I'm in the system. What do you want me to do?" And that may in turn start a pre-programmed action, or the command and control server may download malware into the system. There's all kinds of different things that it can do. And then comes the attack. Okay, so cybersecurity is about trying to find the attacker anywhere along the path and break the chain so it never reaches the final phase of an actual attack. You can see how artificial intelligence may be helpful in here, right? At any rate, at each phase, attackers have lots of different tactics and techniques at their disposal. So we in the cybersecurity industry have designed lots of different tools to detect those activities. The other thing to point out is that almost all of the tactics and techniques of attackers that they rely on the network in some way or form. As I said, all threats pass through the network, so that's the logical way and place to start catching them. Now, if I bring all this together, you can see that for every part of the cyber kill chain where the attacker is in contact with our network, defense in depth means that there are a number of tools that we can use to defend ourselves, barriers that we put in place to stop attackers. And of course, you can see there is one exception here, the weaponization, because that's something the attacker does offline and away from the target. Now, the good news is look at how many tools that we have. The bad news is look at how many tools we have. You need to make sure your defense in depth provides for effective coordination of all these tools. Otherwise, it just becomes expense in depth. So if I bring this together, okay, the reality is that most organizations have tried to protect themselves by putting in place a lot of different tools and devices. Okay, they were mostly not put in place at the same time or by the same people. So you wind up with a variety of kit from lots of different vendors. And do you see all that white space between these devices? That's where the bad guys are trying to get in. They're trying to slip in. One way of trying to plug those holes is to put in place a SIM system, security, information, and event management system. It'll gather up lots of logs and alerts and try to filter out what's unusual from the normal. You can see why artificial intelligence can be useful in sifting through the huge amounts of data generated by these devices in order to notice what's unusual, what the unusual patterns and the real threats. But most SIMs just receive a lot of information and give alerts. In most cases, they can't send commands back to the devices telling them to take an action or even giving them new signatures or threat information, things to look for. So lots of people in the industry agree that the real solution is to reduce the number of cybersecurity vendors to a more manageable few, maybe 4 to 6, and enable them to talk to each other, passing information back and forth on indicators of compromise, threat signatures, things like that. Gartner is one of the major global IT consulting firms. You probably are familiar with them, and they call this approach the cybersecurity mesh architecture. In the case of my company, Fortinet, we have used the same approach for almost a decade now. We call it the Fortinet security fabric. The key is to have communication and interoperation amongst the many security and networking devices, regardless of which vendor supplies them, so that those attackers cannot find cracks to slip through. This leads to the logical conclusion that networking and security are in the process of converging. And because cybersecurity covers so many tactics, techniques, and procedures than networking does, we should be thinking in terms of security-driven networking, fully integrating these two previously separate worlds. This is the only way forward to protect our compute environments, including our AI environments. So now it's time for me to look at how AI itself is being used in these systems to identify and block threats. When it comes to malware detection and an attacker's moves in general, the last 2 decades, we've really seen tremendous evolution. We've moved a long way from the old signature-based layer 3 firewall period. Starting about a decade ago, we started using behavioral analysis to get a baseline of activity and identify deviations from the baseline, which definitely allowed greater detection of attacks. This usually used machine learning and some very primitive forms of AI. Nevertheless, even now, the average dwell time of an attack, that dwell time means how long the attacker has access to the system before being discovered. The average dwell time is still over 6 months. Now, 6 months is a lot of time to do damage. We're now entering the era of AI tools that allow those numbers to come way down. So not only can we identify and respond to threats at machine speed, we don't have to wait for that long, slow period when human beings try to react. We're good at a lot of things, but machines are a lot faster at a lot of things. I'll give you an example of an AI in action to prevent cyber attacks. FortiGuard Labs is the threat intelligence and research arm of my company, Fortinet. Now, FortiGuard Labs has over 300 researchers, analysts, and data scientists. But they're trying to capture threats from across the globe. Looking at today's internet, We're talking about over 5 billion online users, almost 2 billion websites, over 200 billion emails sent every day. 300 researchers could not deal with all of that without using very sophisticated artificial intelligence. This is not the kind of AI system that can be created overnight. It has been developed organically over the last 10 years or so with a state-of-the-art artificial neural network, which is comprised of billions, yes, billions of interconnected nodes that actively gather, process, and correlate data feeds from a wide variety of sources. And that's crucial because, as with any computing system, in AI too, the output is only as good as the input that the system receives. First, FortiGuard Labs gets telemetry from almost 6 million Fortinet sensors from around the world, 250 million websites that we're protecting, 200 million emails every day, and over 3 million endpoints. In addition to all of this telemetry and event information, FortiGuard receives feeds from other sources outside of our own product base. 200 technology, law enforcement, and government organizations, things such as the Cyber Threat Alliance, Interpol, and NATO, not to mention our own threat hunting, which has turned up over 1,000 zero-day threats. By simultaneously processing tens of billions of data points, the advanced AI systems that FortiGuard Labs has created can do the work of an entire team of data analysts in seconds. It's correlating data to uncover emerging threats and mapping threat patterns. So what's the output of all this AI analysis? Because after all, AI doesn't do anyone any good if we don't see the results. Well, there's 3 primary streams of output. First is to update the protections of all of our customer security products, their firewalls, anti-malware, intrusion protection, etc. Now, every day there are new updates, sometimes every few hours or even every few minutes. For example, last December, the Log4j vulnerability came to light and made headlines. In less than 24 hours, FortiGuard Labs had updated all Fortinet products out in the field to provide protection. Now, this sort of rapid analysis, development, and delivery of protections would be impossible without artificial intelligence. Our 300 researchers wouldn't be enough. Even 300,000 probably wouldn't be enough. Now, in addition to that stream of output, we also do research, which is available online, and we provide threat intelligence services as well that are based on our knowledge of what's happening in the internet and the threats that are in the wild. Let me tie all of this together, the 2 themes of my presentation of protecting AI and using AI. In order to protect AI systems and any computer systems from cyber attack, we need broad coverage of the entire attack surface, which means a wide variety of tools and devices to catch and block attackers at various stages of their attack sequence. These tools need to be integrated with standards and APIs so they can talk to each other and share threat intelligence. And finally, because they're sharing threat intelligence and that generates huge volumes of data, these devices would overwhelm any human attempts to monitor and react. So it's crucial to automate as much of this process as possible. This is where artificial intelligence comes in. It's a key factor in ensuring that network and security operations function effectively and that they can react at the speeds necessary to stop attacks. So that artificial intelligence that I talked about that our FortiGuard Labs uses, we have shrunk that down, and that sort of function is available for inside of a network, a business network or a research organizations network as well. Okay, I'm reaching the end of my presentation, and I'd like you to remember 3 main points. The first is that attacks follow a structure. Okay? The cyber kill chain, or the MITRE attack framework, whichever you want to choose, they all cover the same basic ground because that's how an attack works. This means that we can use our intelligence and the intelligence of our machines to observe, catch, block, and quarantine an attack. Secondly, to do this requires a platform that effectively incorporates the information that's gathered from a wide variety of security devices in your environment. If your devices don't talk to each other, they're going to leave big cracks in the defenses, cracks that the attackers are very happy to pass through. And finally, having a holistic view of your environment does not mean that you should leave yourself at the mercy of one monopolistic vendor. That's not what I'm saying. No vendor can do it all, and don't believe any vendor that says that they can. Be sure that the vendors that you work with, that you're using to protect your AI, that they can talk to each other, that their devices talk to each other. Because the goal is to stop the bad guys. It's not to stop the other vendors. This is how we can protect our application environments, including AI. And solid threat detecting AI is a big part of that protection. So with that, I'd like to thank you for your attention and apologize for all of the difficulty getting Zoom to work the way I wanted it to. Obviously, my intelligence is not artificial enough.
Hello. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Robertson. I think one of the key takeaways from his presentation is that we're moving away from behavioral analysis within cybersecurity, and we're heading towards automation. Fortinet team is actually outside. They have a booth. If anybody has questions, their representatives are here, and you guys can reach out. So as we head towards automation of our organizations, our government, and to some extent our daily lives, one of the most important subjects within this transition is how to create safe AI ecosystem. If we are able to amalgamate safe AI operationalization within the foundational blocks of AI ecosystem, it can help us accelerate AI adoption and trust over machines. To further discuss operationalizing safe AI, please let's welcome Professor Mal Morrissey, a global technology entrepreneur and an ambassador of AI and big data.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me? Just give me a thumbs up if you can. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes,
Thumbs
we can
up
hear
if
you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, it's a great pleasure to actually address this conference, very important subjects, and I think I've watched most of it this morning, even though I'm very early start here in the UK, but I've watched most of the conference and I've been very impressed by some of the speakers. So I'm going to talk a little bit today about operationalizing safe AI. I'll give you my, see if I can get my screen to work here so we can start sharing some. Can everybody see that? Give me some feedback so I can, just give me some feedback so you can see the screen. Otherwise we'll be out of sync. Can you see that? Hello? Okay, I'm going to presume you can see that. So my name is Professor Paul Morrissey. I'm chairman of a company called Bolgear 10. I'm also the global ambassador for artificial intelligence, customer experience, and smart cities at an organization called TM Forum. And you'll see this is, a lot of this presentation is powered by TM Forum. So I like to start with some of the great minds and thinkers of the world in the past. And Stephen Hawking is also one that comes to my, always one that comes to my, my thoughts when I think about AI. And this statement that he made about 8 years ago now, when he could see what was the future of AI, is likely to be either the best or the worst thing to happen to humanity. Now, that is a huge statement. If you take that to its component parts, it's actually comparing the whole of humanity with what's happening with AI. Is it a new form of humanity? Is it something which takes over our intelligence and actually brings this forward? Now, this is not going to be a talk about naysaying of AI. I've been an AI specialist for over 20 years. I've seen some winters of AI and I've seen some springs of AI. So I'm not somebody that's going to talk to you about this being the worst thing and robots are going to take over and kill the world. But I do think that Stephen here has expressed something that we all need to take fundamentally. It's going to be the worst or the best thing. So let's make sure it's the best thing. Who are Bulgaria 10? Okay, we're a small niche consultancy organization working in AI, mainly around data governance. And we started and are developing through, mainly through the telecommunications industry. I had the great pleasure in the mid-80s of putting in a telecommunication system in Pakistan for Pakistan Railways. That was my first overseas assignment. And I lived in Lahore. I thought it was a fantastic place, and I visited very often, so very close to my heart. But I'll just whip through TM. We've been going for 10 years, and we've established some real standards through AI throughout the world for some of these. These are our clients and partners. And this is not a sales presentation, so I'm going to move on. TM Forum probably is the place that I want to talk about where we are looking at AI. So as the global ambassador, I curate most of the telcos in the world around their strategy for AI and lots of other things, but AI is my specialty. So TM Forum, I've got 90,000 members, 850 companies around the world, all the major telcos, all the major vendors, and all the major consultants are part of TM Forum. And we actually are a non-for-profit, neutral organization that looks at best practice rather than any particular vendor. And it's interesting that we have the vendors who are working on these best practices, and they work in an environment that I call collaboration. Normally they're in competition with each other, but in this environment, raising the standards of really information governance within the telecommunications industry, they work in collaboration. So these are the themes that they work around: cloud native AI, agility, AI and data analytics, autonomous networks. The list goes on. There's 6 main areas. The area that I deal in mainly is AI, data and analytics. And these are some of the assets that we produce. These are all neutral assets. They are information guides, best practices. The organization releases a best practice every 6 months in every one of these domains. So it's a very agile standard, if you like, but it's almost a standard which is developed by consensus rather than by strict compliance. So you can see here transformational tools in AI and data governance. We've got checklists, readiness assessments, maturity assessments, operational guides. There's lots and lots of different assets here, and I've not got time to go through them. I will leave you my email address at the end of this presentation, and if you want to get in touch with me, please do. I'm open to talk to anybody on these subjects. That's part of my remit. So when we first started looking at AI, and this is quite a few years ago, we said, how do we make it trustworthy? How do we become responsible? How does it become safe? And what we did was we said to ourselves, okay, let's not start from scratch. Let's sit on the shoulders of giants. Other organizations must have done something like this before. And we turned to 2 industries. One of them was the aviation industry, and the other one was the medical industry. In the aviation industry, we started looking at, how did, in 20 or 30 years ago, the aviation industry, the propensity of crashes and people being killed was very much higher than it was today. But they got together and said, listen, before an aircraft takes off, we need to establish a checklist. We've all been sitting at an airport or on a plane, and the captain says, I'm sorry, we've got a delay. We've got an alarm on our right engine, and we have to fix that before we take off. That forms part of what we call the global aviation checklist. Every pilot has to go through this checklist before they can take off. We've all been inconvenienced. Sorry, we can't take off because somebody's baggage is on the plane and they haven't made it. That's one of the checks on the checklist. So these checklists, we thought that was an interesting idea. And we thought we will start doing some checklists of our own. That's a good place to start to get safe and responsible AI in place. We've got to remember AI forms a great opportunity, but also a great threat, to get back to Stephen Hawking. So we concentrated on how to mitigate the threats. We then looked at the medical industry. And of course, in the medical industry, before you perform an operation, you have to go through a set of checks. So we decided to put a set of checks in place for AI. And this is the life cycle of AI, the end-to-end life cycle. And this is guidance for safe and effective deployment of AI at scale. Starts off, as you see, with procurement, because when you procure an algorithm or you procure a partner to produce an algorithm, if they don't understand your ethics and governance rules, then that's going to be a disjointing of the whole ecosystem. So we started by putting a set of rules around procurement. Once we've gone through procurement, and procurement doesn't have to be external procurement. Internal development is also procurement of an algorithm or of a model. Then you go into pre-development. Again, there is a set of checklists around pre-development, into post-development, into deployment, into life cycle, and then at the end of it, how do you decommission a piece of AI? A, because it has actually reached its fruition in terms of what you wanted, or B, it's working outside tolerances. So these all have to be industrialized, and this set of guidelines and checklists is where we started with our journey. It's a very interesting journey. It's almost passing a baton in a relay race. Somebody always has to be carrying that responsibility, whichever life cycle stage you were in. So again, I'm happy to share this with people at the end of the presentation. So how do we scale this safe operationalization, if you get that out, with AI? So some of the other assets we've used within TM Forum, we have an AI readiness check. And you can see that AI, in our opinion anyway, is a cross-organization discipline. It's not somewhere where the data scientists are formulating intellectual gymnastics around a statistical model, which is very, very cool. It's got to have a business value, and it's got to actually be embraced throughout the organization. So the pillars of our readiness check are strategy, culture, party. And when I say party, I'm talking about, sort of B2B, B2C, B to customers, B to stakeholders. So business, everybody there, and that's where that party comes in. There's a section for operations. There's a section for actually how we manage data. We manage data drift, data cleansing, and also what technology. Right? Remember, we are technology agnostic at TM Forum. So these are principles. I'd like to concentrate a little bit on the fourth pillar, which is the operational pillar. And within that pillar, we have some really interesting assets. We have an AI ops framework. I think we all realize AI ops is different from DevOps. So all of the traditional TOFAG and ITAL systems that we've used really fall apart when we start looking at AI. Because what we did historically is make sure before we put something into production, it was absolutely as rounded and as baked as we could get it. With AI, so that's a left to right mechanism. With AI, we start putting outputs back into the inputs. So we've got a right to left mechanism, and that changes things quite significantly. So we've got a specification, we call it IG 1190, which looks at all the different aspects of AI ops and looks at how that's different from traditional ops, either DevOps or DevSecOps. And within AI ops, obviously, there's an ML ops component. But the life cycle of that is really quite interesting. So the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, you can see the design and the development, maintenance, online training past when we let the algorithm and model loose, AI deployment and production, and then AI decommissioning. These are all areas that we think are interlinked, but also are standalone. So just on the bottom right, you will see some of the areas that we'll look at within AI ops design and development, which is really the first circle. So there's evolution and testing, risk management, acceptance testing, review. I won't go around the circle, but you can see that these are all components that you have to consider when you are implementing AI at scale and with a safe environment. We've developed a business requirements-driven, a value-driven process map, and this is what we've come up with. So we look at this as almost as a boilerplate before we examine any problem. All of these problems need to be examined, and they need to have a business value. So the inputs are on the left-hand side. The assets that we're using to evaluate them or where they are along the top. And the activities that we're actually performing are in the middle. This is all about, you can see just the bottom line there, the trustworthy and responsible and transparent AI, the ability to drive out bias. How do we trace the decisions that we make? And the outcomes are on the right-hand side. So this is a platform that we've built for basically enabling and ensuring that AI is done safely. We've also created an asset called IG1238, which is, we call it the AI canvas. It's derived from the basic lean canvas that we use for looking at startups or any process. And it actually is a really quite an interesting process to go through before you even approve a canvas. So this is really quite interesting. I'm not going to go right through this and take us too long. So that's probably what I wanted to talk about. Are there any questions that people would like to ask me during this session? Because it is a emotive subject, a very vast and wide subject, and people have to take this on board before we actually can operationalize AI. We need to be in a safe environment.
Thank you very much, Professor, for bringing up TM Forum in the discussion. I've been using TM Forum for the last 25 years, first as Tom, and then eTom, and now Frameworks.
Great.
But the problem is that most of the telcos are not aware of the existence of TM Forum and Frameworks. So what is TM Forum doing to make it popular and make it more, to make it more popular in use?
Well, interesting, TM Forum did start with, you're right, Tom, eTom, SID, and all those sort of assets. Over the last 4 or 5 years, we've realized that what we're talking about now is an open digital architecture within telco. And most of the telcos, as I said, 90% of the telcos, and 95% I think of the telcos in the world are members. And we're really driving the adoption of AI. The AI group is the biggest group now within TM Forum. We still have our traditional eTom groups and our traditional SID and those sort of groups. But this group has taken that a huge leap forward. There's over 400 people involved in the meetings that I have weekly on this. So it is a serious notion that TM Forum have taken on, and it's one of our main moving points. Any other questions?
Thank you so much, Professor Morrissey. I think one of the key takeaways from Professor Morrissey's presentation is that if we develop the components right, I think operationalizing AI in the future becomes more better. So after this, we now have quite an awaited panel discussion on how AI is changing customer experience. I think most of our audience here is interested in this discussion. This panel consists of a range of industry experts who will share their ideas and experiences with AI implementation, its impact, and most importantly, address the question whether the future of customer service is AI or hybrid of human and machine. To moderate this event, I would like to welcome my co-founder and also my boss, Ehsan Mashkoor. Ehsan has been in customer service industry for the last 12 years. He was the co-founder and CEO of C Square, which currently has 80% of the banking industry in Pakistan as its clients and exports services to Middle East and East Asia. Please welcome Ehsan Mashkoor.
So, assalamu alaikum everyone. Thank you for being here and being patient. And I think everyone would be hungry. So after this, I think in a few minutes we'll have lunch as well. So on my panel today we have Ahmed Tahir Masood, CIO Transworld. And Ahmed Saab has extensive experience. He's been in Microsoft Pakistan. I would like to welcome Tahir Saab. Please come on stage. And then we have Saqib Anayat Saab, General Manager Business Intelligence, PTCL. Saqib Saab. Unfortunately, Arjuman from Teaming Way had to sort of head out. We have Adnan Zaidi, Chief AI Officer, Proxima.pk. Do we have Adnan Zaidi Saab? Perfect, there you are. So let's get to it. Tahir Saab, thank you. Thank you everyone for being here. So as we all know, customer experience has evolved and is evolving extensively. Ever rapid growing sort of customer expectations. Pehle to obviously we used to see back in the days from conventional walk-in into call centers, and then now there's a lot of automation happening, a lot of digital engagement side of things happening. So I will just open up from the first question, which will actually set the stage in a way where we'll just hear from the industry experts how in their respective industries. So first question would be, do you think AI is industry agnostic, right? And what is the impact it would have on your industry? So Tahir Saab.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum everyone. Computers, in my opinion, is an educational device which has provided the ability and the freedom to all of us to create things. And when you see the results of what you create from a technology creativity perspective, a very nice and very hypnotic experience. And but जिस तरह इन्होंने बात की कि जी what microcomputers are going to microprocessors are going to do to the society. So humans are basically full of intelligence and ability to create things, and they also have an emotional side to it. So we are, or rather we have experienced scenarios where a lot of conventional responses through applications have been sent to the end users as far as the industry is concerned. However, that lacks the emotional part of it, or the machine learning part of it, which is primarily bringing the gap closer to the human and computer interaction side of it. So in my view, artificial intelligence has now become one of the basic pillars of the strategy that we have, what we build for the coming days. If we are not currently using it, it is certainly part of the strategic umbrella of any company, that how they are going to bring it in pieces into their ecosystem. From a customer experience standpoint, the cost of human interactions, or rather hiring people, is going massively up. The ability to find skilled people are getting lower. So companies are trying to optimize resources. And the only way to do that is automate certain aspects of it. That is not going to kill the jobs, but it is going to increase the customer experience and bring a more steady output coming out of a company. So in my opinion, that is an essential part of how we plan the future within the company, and how we plan to provision certain new technologies and associate these machine learning and AI elements to our existing legacy solutions, or part of our new upcoming platforms that we provision within our company. So associating those platforms or integrating them with whatever abilities that we have right now is essential part of any CIO strategy for any company.
brilliant, I think, and this goes very well with what Bill Gates says: tax robot and provide subsidy to humans for sitting at home and not doing anything. So, Saqib Saab, over to you from a PTCL point of view. If you can tell us about the impact the AI has impact on, will it have an impact on you as an industry and specifically PTCL? Yeah.
Achaji, to start with the PTCL and customer experience, I know एक stigma attached है कि जी customer experience is not that good, and customers हमारे साथ different channels पे interact करते हैं. So one, this understanding is there कि there is a need to improve customer experience, and it's always going to be there. But AI is playing a role at all the channels. So field के अंदर जब interact करते हैं customers के साथ हम, वहाँ पे it's playing a role. When the customer interacts with us over the web, AI is playing a role. Even at the call center, and I'll particularly want to talk about जो call center के ऊपर we've taken a few initiatives, and one initiative in particular where AI has helped us massively. So, you know, customers call us, they reach the helpline whenever they face an issue, and for our customer service agents, there is this rule book that they're supposed to follow. You know, open the call with a greeting message, and then within the call they are not supposed to use any jargons, any foul language. Then there's a certain way they're supposed to close the call, and the way we judge quality of these calls and the quality of our customer service agents is actually a quality team which listens to these calls, or that is what used to happen. Now with more than 1 million calls in a month, obviously the quality team would take a sample of calls and would try to rectify the issues and assess the agents, and that is where AI has helped us to improve things. So we've sort of developed a model which actually scans all the calls, and it scans them against this rule book. The greeting was offered or not, if the jargons were used in the call or not. Similarly, if any foul language was used in the call or not. So rather than listening to a sample of the calls, the quality team is now given an output where calls जहाँ पे quality hamper हुई है, customer experience hamper हुआ है, it is flagged, and that is how they are able to not only cover a wide variety, actually all the calls that the customers make, and we are also able to flag to the customer service agents where they can improve. So something very interesting in the natural language processing domain. We are trying to take it to the next level. Some areas of where we want to improve upon is to actually assess the calls live rather than after the fact, rather than after the call has ended. And another area is actually the natural language generation area, where we want we give the agents suggestions on how to improve the call while the call is going on. So these are some of the things that we are working on, and they are very interesting, and they are actually allowing us to improve customer experience.
Wonderful, absolutely. And I think when you mention about this is something like speech analytics in a way, right? I mean, where you're even the pitch of the tone used and the dialect or the language used. And also, I think with a lot of data that you have in your call center as to which agent handles the best query, once you have that data as well, you can obviously more optimize your routing strategies and improve your overall experience. And it's all about the customer journey, and it should not be disjointed. And I think that's where AI really plays a role, where it creates a very consistent experience across all touch points and a very smooth transition across all channels. So Adnan, over to you.
Okay, that's really a nice discussion. Let me add some more element in it. For example, we started the digital transformation from the keyboard to the touch screens, and now the touch screens are also getting obsolete, and we are moving towards the speech-oriented systems voice synthesis systems. And then in the future, we will be moving on some brain-computer interfaces as well, right? So customer is not only for the voice. Today, the customer has different intentions. Like we are reading the faces of customers. Now we are talking about the facial expressions, right? We are reading the facial sentiments. At the same time, we are creating some natural language understanding, natural language processing to understand what the customer intents are there. So today, in this age, we have more KPIs to understand the customers, right? And we have more data to get insights as per the old age or old era, right? So I think the language is itself a barrier for Pakistan as well, right? Most of the countries are establishing their languages, like in Spanish, in French, and in German. We have lots of language understanding models. Even if we talk about GPT-3, like neural networks, the deep learning technologies, most of the researchers are already working on their own regional and local languages. And in Pakistan, we need lots of resources, right? We need lots of research as well to get the better understanding of Urdu language, as well as the Pashto, Saraiki, or Sindhi, whatever the languages we are using here. So in the Pakistan, I think there is a big challenge for natural language understanding and natural language processing as compared to the other countries.
Well said, perfect. And obviously there's a gap between the academia and the on-ground organizations where I think research needs to link up and transform into technologies. The next question, do you think AI and its intelligence is expected by today's customers? Do today's customers expect automation? Do they expect the organization to know them from the point of their initiation of their contact? Obviously, the next generations, they're more savvy to talk to chatbots. Some are not very savvy to talk to chatbots. We spoke about speech bots as well. So do you think that's the expectation of today's customers?
One of the key elements that we have to understand is that technology is a disruptor. We have seen how technology has disrupted the world in many ways, and how regulators across the globe, even if you go and look at how people from some large social companies are defending their creativity in Congress, and how the Congress is coming all hard on them. So technology has the ability to disrupt. That is one element of it. So a lot of creativity that is done by technology is hard to regulate because they are always a step ahead of the regulator. That is one element to your question, and I'll group it once I finish all the aspects to it. The second part is the millennials that are the most effective users of the technology today are now well past their 18s, so they are now into the job market, and their understanding of the technology and their speed at which they operate is certainly much higher than the generations before them. So when we combine these two elements together, and then we add this very element to the equation, that data has been captured from day zero when we were creating technology. The ability of compute, the storage, the IOPS that we now have in our data centers or in the cloud, either private or public, has given us tremendous amount of ability to do as we can say, that analysis that is run right on the runtime, and we can create patterns based on that analysis that can help the businesses and departments go forward. So when we combine all these things together, the expectation from the customers has certainly risen up. And when we talk about the global village element, everyone is having information coming from all the other countries and departments and industries. So information travel really fast. So AI is expected by the customer. However, it is not the AI that is expected by the customer. It is the betterment of the technology and the service and certain use cases which is expected by them. So all these three elements, the understanding of the social fabric and the users, the IT ability and examples at how it has disrupted, and the tremendous amount of compute that is available and the resources that is available for us, has allowed technology creators or has enabled them to create different use cases which can enhance the services being used by the consumers. And consumer services are now being utilized more and more from the comfort of their pockets and their handheld devices. So that is where the AI part or the machine learning part is extremely crucial, and it is going to be an area where investment or enhancements where the different industry segments have already invested is absolutely vital. And they have to follow up an ecosystem where a constant evolution process is going on. An example would be we are seeing that a lot of people now would like to interact on a customer for a complaint or a customer service using a chat bot over a WhatsApp or any other platform, as compared to dialing a phone number and waiting for an IVR and other aspects to it. The other thing that we have observed, if we talk about this one specific use case, is the level of patience of the end user. They do not want to wait 30 seconds on a call. And you can see that how the attention span of people have gone really down. They are in a need of the right information coming to them right away. So, and the willingness to see it from the palm of their hands at the convenience, whether they are sitting in their couches or probably lying down in their bed, has changed a lot of things. So AI when we couple it up with all these social behaviors, is extremely important that we keep on learning and keep on changing the outputs that we are producing and the services that are rendered on top of those learnings that we are doing.
It's an evolving process, right? I mean, it's entirely an evolving process. Saqib Saab, the same question for you as to, do you think that the customers are expecting processes to be automated and more intelligence to be built in?
जी एब्सोल्युटली मेरा ख्याल है कस्टमर एक्सपीरियंस इम्प्रूव करना अब ऑप्शन नहीं है, ऑब्लिगेशन है. जस्ट द चॉइस दैट I think there is a question as well, but
sir, please.
These guys are in this space, and I appreciate you guys giving us an opportunity. One of the questions I would like to bring to you would be, what kind of expectation do we have from the government of Pakistan? It was here earlier, and they were not the subject matter expert as they suggested. So I believe there's willingness versus being afraid to act upon. So the change, what we are trying to devise over here at the end of the day as a technology leaders and being a panelist over here, what are your expectations from the government of Pakistan? Because this conference at some point in time is going to be a cornerstone for that curve, what we are trying to achieve at the end of the day. So if you can please...
Absolutely. I'll let them answer, but prior to that, I would just say that, first of all, humans resist change, right? And we need to incentivize that change. You can see we are having this conference despite what's happening outside. We've become a resilient nation. We're trying to do that. Hopefully, we'll not be a cornerstone because, look, as you rightly said, that those are not the experts from the IT ministry. I mean, some of them are just, they're not the experts of the subject. And it is the, businesses and individuals and specialists who would obviously advise them. There are various people who were earlier here. Some are on the President's Task Force. Unfortunately, what I personally believe, there are things happening in this country in silos more, and if they're more cohesively done, it's a better result. That's an unfortunate situation that we are in. We should all go collectively and tackle this to make a bigger impact. I'll let Saqib Saab or Imran Tahir Saab, if you have any comments on this.
To answer your question, based on my experience, मैंने अभी जो बात की उसमें करी, technology is a disruptor. So, and we have seen in the very developed nations जहाँ पे technology create हो रही है, that the regulator cannot create a regulation of a technology because they are always falling a step behind. So we inherit technology as a nation. We are unable to, from a reality standpoint, create any process to regulate technology which is not being created within Pakistan either. So, जब हम global technology creators की बात करते हैं, nations की जहाँ पे technology create हो रही है, we can see कि जी certain aspects. हम, for example, sentiment analysis की बात करते हैं. एक example ले लेते हैं. आपको याद होगा वन ऑफ द लार्ज सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म कंपनीज, देयर CEO sitting in many of those conferences talking about जी इस मुल्क में इलेक्शन हो रहा है, वहाँ पे ये सेंटिमेंट है, उनकी सारा फोकस ही इलेक्शन के ऊपर है. सो दैट सेंटिमेंट एनालिसिस इज गिविंग देम द एबिलिटी टू observe if not control a lot of things, and naturally the regulator is not prepared at that even stage. There a platform that they have created, a gin that they have created has spiraled out of it. So एक तो बात ये होगी कि technology as a disruptor will not seek human or end users perspective on how it will disrupt. और बहुत से लोगों को उसका पता भी नहीं होता कि हाउ टेक्नोलॉजी के सर्टन एलिमेंट डिस्टर्ब करेंगे. चूंकि हम AI स्पेसिफिक बात कर रहे हैं, सो मशीन लर्निंग एंड AI कैन जनरेट पैटर्न्स which sometimes are very surprising for humans. Human has the ability to analyze certain aspect to it, and then the emotional तड़का comes to that part to see कि जी आपका उस पर perspective कैसे develop हुआ है. But human एक repetitive behavior को constantly evaluate नहीं कर सकता as a brain to see how a trend is emerging, which computers can do. So, in my opinion, the disruptor part, जो गवर्नमेंट का एलिमेंट है, आपने कहा जी सरकार इसके लिए क्या कर रही है, सरकार इसके लिए अभी कुछ कर ही नहीं सकती बिकॉज वी डोंट इवन नो वेयर दिस थिंग विल बी हेडिंग. हाउएवर उनके इस तरह के यूज़ केसेस पे फोकस है कि जी कस्टमर का एक्सपीरियंस अच्छा होना चाहिए, हमें वो सर्विसेज देनी चाहिए जो दुनिया में दी जा रही हैं. सो ऑलरेडी रन ऑफ द मिल थिंग्स आर बीइंग अडॉप्टेड हियर, विच इज़ अ ट्रू फैक्ट. New technology creation is still, in my opinion, a question mark.
I think Adnan has a point in addition.
Yeah. Hello. Okay, I have a very simple answer for what the government should do. Government should make some strategies, right, to allocate some R&D budgets, identify the people, build policies. So the area should grow higher. Like we have some regional languages which are very smaller in the scope, and we need lots of research fund there, right? For that language tools, that language building, language processing, the only thing is that government should allocate some resources there, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Just to add one more thing. So I think we should go on one extreme, because I think if sometimes we've seen that if government doesn't provide a service or something, we've seen technology disrupting it and coming up with something like Uber Careem came when there's no public transportation in one way. I think as a nation, if we don't adopt a niche in AI, we will not be relevant to the global world, and this is an extreme statement to say. So this has been said on multiple areas or multiple levels to the authorities in Pakistan, and people, some of the offices are actually doing something about it, or they're trying to actually learn about it. So it's about educating them the right way and sort of scaring them away, scaring them not away, but scaring them in, about the reality. And once that's done, I think we'll be able to sort of get them on board. If not, then I guess, I mean, as a nation, relevance is very important, right? I mean, your modern warfare has changed, everything is changing. We need to adapt AI somewhere or the other. So we have a few minutes left. I'll just jump to another interesting question. How successful has AI been in emulating human behavior, and what's next? This is more what we spoken about, actually, speech bot and chat bots in customer experience. I'll move to another question, which is what Usher spoke in his presentation. So he said a very bold statement: AI, the destroyer of companies. Do you think AI will be the destroyer of companies, or is it a differentiating factor? Tahir Saab?
We cannot just paint the whole industry with one brush. AI is going to destroy the companies. Yes, it can destroy certain type of companies which can, which are not evolving. Just we have seen a big statement coming out of Hollywood that the chopper pilot and the cameraman went away with when the drone was born. So now we can see how easily certain movie shots are taken at such a low price. So that is one example. Yes, it is going to disrupt. It is going to disrupt because you are going to raise the bar. And the gentleman on the table, उनके सवाल का मैं एक जवाब थोड़ा सा perspective गवर्नमेंट के एंगल पे ये भी देना चाह रहा था. देखिए, we need to promote the culture where technology is celebrated or innovation is celebrated in Pakistan. The government, if they can just provide with that level of platforms where IPO can be created and secured in Pakistan, then a huge progress can be seen. A lot of technology is created in Pakistan. It is taken out of the country, and the ventures and all the other people are acquired from outside Pakistan. So अगर आप उसको अपने मुल्क में रखें तो wealth creation यहाँ पे भी हो सकती. So that is one of the area. So but disruptor वाली बात पे अगर हम वापस आते हैं तो destroy, yes, it has the ability to destroy. But जिस तरह हमने कहा जी कि humans and companies are still evaluating patterns coming out of different use cases that they have automated and learning from it, and the massive ability of cloud computing that is available is the factor that is going to fast track these use cases and make companies to go and really disrupt the market. So yes, it has the ability to destroy some, not all. So those who are going to evolve are going to stay, but not all. It is not going to be the case for everyone out there. A lot of legacy is still out.
I was thinking the same. Usher is an extremist, actually, in a way, saying destroyer of companies. But anyways, Saket Saab.
I read somewhere that any company that you see today is either a digital company, or it is becoming a digital company, or it is being eaten up by a company which is a digital company. And that's true. मेरे ख्याल में digitization is inevitable. And अब जहाँ उसके बाकी components हैं वहाँ AI is also playing a role in digitizing. So yes, I think it is a difference creator. It creates a competitive advantage for the companies that use AI, that implement AI, and that competitive advantage then helps them overtake other companies. So yes.
Thank you, Sakib. Adnan, your...
So it's really a big question that AI is killing the jobs or something like. So I think AI is supporting the human. This is a new era. The people are not machines. AI is telling us do your creative jobs. Do not perform like humans cannot be a machine. And I think AI is enriching our capabilities. It is extending the performances, and it is producing some new elements. And it's not all about to killing the jobs or something like that. I disagree that AI will reduce the job. It will enrich the features.
Perfect,
right?
Perfect. But at the end, let's just conclude. I guess we all would be on the same page, or we would agree that is AI the new electricity? Is it the new electricity, as Sundar Pichai says? And I think it is, because without electricity, nothing else, if it's not powered, you won't really find the capability of any instrument that we see around. So I think AI is, again, a hidden electricity behind the scenes that is building intelligence into your core functions and increasing technology. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Tahir Saab. Thank you, Sakib, Nan. That's it from our end. And let's give it to Usher. Usher. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ahsan Saab. Our next speaker is an inspirational individual, a cancer survivor who is now the Chief Innovation Officer at Extend.ai, who will talk about reducing the distance between machine and man, how we can build AI as a reflection of ourselves and thereby humanize it as it becomes more integral to our lives. Please welcome Ms. Sahika Bennett. Ms. Bennett, you're mute. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yes, I think someone muted me on your side. Okay, pleasure to be here, everybody. I'm very proud that the AI Summit is finally underway after what has been quite a turbulent time for the whole world. So my understanding of AI before I actually started to transition in really was about this scary kind of thing, which I used to laugh about it and say it will never touch us and it's over there and we're over here as human beings. But that was my own ignorance. It was my own lack of knowledge of what really is AI. And the more and more I started to find out about it, I realized the power on humanity is vast, more so than any number of human beings. So my name is Saika Bennett. I've been the entrepreneur and founder of AI companies, and I've recently joined Lucas Kennedy Group as their Chief Commercial Officer. And really what it is about is giving people the tools to be able to do their jobs faster. So there's certain things that humans will always be good at. Human connections, human relationships, the power of what we're able to do at work and in our lives in general is phenomenal. However, I truly believe that we haven't had the best tools in the world, right? And I think the pandemic was a great example, unfortunately, of that, where businesses were shut down, hospitals were struggling, deaths, unfortunately, were happening. And suddenly we were thrown into this virtual world, which needed to keep business going and we needed to keep people alive. And it really did expose just how far behind the world actually was to handle what is everyday life. So I think what it has done is actually thrown us into an era which probably would have taken years. So digital transformation, all of those things that were starting to happen have really started to accelerate. And what's the core of all of this? It's people, right? It's people. People are the ones that are deciding what innovation does, what is AI able to do. And I'll give you some examples of that. So I myself had cancer, so early detection really saved my life. So what does early detection look like globally for people everywhere and creating that health equality, no matter where people are, to be able to get scans, get treatment faster? It really saves lives. And then we move that over to the work environment, right? So humanizing AI, what does that mean when you're in the work environment? Well, it's huge. The impact that AI can have is about screening candidates faster. It's about getting people in front of businesses, into teams faster. So projects can be held up. Teams can be not formed. And this is all because of a very, very manual process. So it's really about looking at everything, looking at what we can do. And I think with regards to Lucas Kennedy Group, the one thing that's really strong is that innovation really will set them apart. And it really isn't about us versus AI. It's about technology and giving people the right people, diversity, inclusion, all of these things are great topics. Company culture is another one. How do we assess all these in a very human way, right? It takes so much time. So you can give some examples of this whereby you could be interviewing people non-stop, right? But with the power of technology, we are able to get to people globally now, right? Doesn't matter where anybody is based. The power of technology allows us to be able to find people globally. And then you're able to screen people, you're able to get people in front of businesses faster, and you're able to get people into jobs faster. So whether those jobs are saving people's lives, whether they are creating projects, digital transformation, and so on, this is really about making the wheel turn faster. And I think that human beings have to realize that the quality of our life can be better. So I'll give you some examples of AI that already exists. Google Maps, right? We all are so dependent on things like that. Alexa in the homes. This has really allowed people who otherwise were not able to look and turn on a radio and so on. They're able to do voice-activated controls now, which is fantastic. So I think the power of it is that it will allow us to lead better lives, and it will allow us to live better quality and happier lives ultimately. And for those people who say, there's a fine line between humanity and technology and it might take over, no, because I honestly believe that as human beings, we should stick to what we're good at, right? Which is the human relationships, the connections, the things that we don't want to replace. And then we should use the tools to enable us to do our jobs faster, whether that's lives or livelihoods, right? So that's across the whole spectrum. It literally will touch everything. And I think that if I did explain to even my mum and dad like what AI was, a few years ago, I think they'd be shocked as to how we are utilizing things right now. Driverless cars are coming in, and all sorts of innovation is happening behind the scenes. So I'm actually quite excited to see what is actually going to come into the future, which will allow us to lead a better quality life. And I think it's about balance. So it's about when you're in business, you're able to identify what are the areas where AI can make a difference and what are the areas where we should let human beings still carry on. So I think that's really important. And same with the medical field and health. The doctors, radiologists, there's a huge shortage of these people globally, right? So we have to utilize technology. We have to look at how can we speed up the process, because ultimately it will save lives and ultimately it will help get more people into jobs and creating more great projects and delivering on things faster. So I think it's not about fighting against what is happening. It's about working with what's happening and really utilizing it in a way which improves lives. That's strongly what my belief is. So I hope people are more open to it. And what's exciting is that some of the growth that we're seeing, if you look at the fourth industrial revolution, that's all about allowing people to work in new ways. So without this global connectivity that we have, there was so much that we would not be able to do. So looking into the future, how can we take that and really accelerate it? And that's really what AI will ultimately allow us to do. So I'm very excited to see some of the innovations that have come through. And I'm also very excited about the impact that is going to have on people. So yeah, Lucas Kennedy Group, we've recently acquired a company called Global City as well. And this is really, again, about projects that are going on, cloud-based AI, digital transformation. And the world is moving. And what's great is people need to be upskilled and reskilled. So employers really need to look at personality and how someone fits. How does that create the company culture? And, before you would have to do manual surveys. Nowadays, there's really fast, unique ways of doing this. So it really will improve things, I hope, and create a more diverse and equal society. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bennett.
You're welcome.
We next have a panel from academia to tell us the future of AI. The AI revolution was started in computer labs, and I think we can all agree that AI adoption and product development usually finds its origins in academia literature. As a product developer myself, most of our innovation really emanates from work done by our counterparts in academia. We will now hear from them what the future of AI looks like, whether we are heading towards a data wall with ML training, the recent breakthroughs in AI and how industry can adopt these insights. Please allow me to welcome our moderator for this discussion, Mr. Mohammad Umar, co-founder and managing director of DICE Analytics, who will introduce his panel. Mr. Mohammad Umar.
Hello. All right, assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. This is Umar. I'm the co-founder and managing director of DICE Analytics. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the fourth industrial revolution, and it has disrupted almost every sector in this world. So calling it rather the AI revolution will not be an understatement. So, no generation has seen such a disruptive landscape. And, the AI industry is estimated to be $15.7 trillion in the next 8 years. That's just 8 years from today. If we talk about the countries which are fighting in the AI race, the competing in the AI race, US actually ranks number 1 in the AI ranking. And then we talk about India stands at number 29th. Philippines stands at number 36. So very soon we are going to see Pakistan, inshallah, in this ranking as well. So talking of these competitions in the AI race, the most important thing is the lesson that actually we can learn from them is they have been keeping academia as their backbone. So this is a lesson that we need to learn from them, which makes total sense. Machine learning is not like software development. It's an iterative and experimentational process, just like any lab experiment. So considering that, we need to learn from them, and we need to see how academia can play its role in the advancements of AI in Pakistan. So let me introduce my panel, Dr. Yasir Ayaz, Chairman NCAI and Professor of AI and Robotics. Please come over to the stage. Thank you very much. Dr. Jameel Ahmed, Dean Faculty of Engineering and Applied Sciences, Rifa International University. Dr. Saad Rahman, Dean Faculty of Sciences, High Tech University. Dr. Raja Hashim Ali from GIK University, GIK Institute. Yeah. So thank you very much, everyone, for being here. My first question is from you, Dr. Yasir. Which are the top priority sectors in Pakistan you think AI is most can play the best role in Pakistan in advancements? Yeah.
I think that in recent times, one of the key initiatives which has been coined in Pakistan, which has a big application of artificial intelligence, is the digitization area. Like the first thing we need to do is take a lot of our data which has been available in Pakistan for many years, like medical data related to our judiciary, for example, various cases have been dealt with in Pakistan, and a lot of the data in Pakistan which has been on papers, we have to digitize it and convert all that data into digital formats, annotate it, make it available for artificial intelligence, so that first of all, a lot of our AI community which relies on data from Kaggle and from Western sources in order to work on their projects, they would find Pakistani data and their results would be meaningful for the country. And also we'll get more insightful information about many things in our society on which we can make impact. The second thing is smart cities, for example. Safe City project is very well known in Pakistan, but now beyond security, we need to employ artificial intelligence in, you could say, smart management of resources as well. Like, for example, the water distribution networks in Pakistan. When, for example, there's a certain pressure at one point in, the water distribution network, how will that result in the supply of water? We hardly have any idea on what sort of controlled water, dissemination is taking place in Pakistan. Similarly, the media is one very important sector. For example, in digital media, in social media, number one, to keep a check on what sort of things spread from there, and number two, to keep a, you could say, firm contact, a close contact with the people of Pakistan. We would say that the traditional democracy is very much evolving into a modern form in which social media and digital media plays a big role, and from which many people can get quick feedback. And also several other sectors which are agriculture, for example, which is the backbone for Pakistan. In industry, for example, we need to work. Industry 4.0 is a major concept around the world right now, and we are yet struggling to catch up even with Industry 3.0. So these are the major sectors, I'd say, and there are so many more.
That's great. That's great. So my next question is from Dr. Jameel here. Real-world data is used to train the AI models and obviously to run those models at scale. So how Rifa University is catering to that issue? Yeah. You can take this one.
Thank you. Thank you, Omar, for your question and calling us over here to give the opportunity to talk to this worthy house, August House. As for the vision of Rifa University is concerned, we strongly believe in the socio-political and economical setup of Pakistan. I being in the field of academics for the last 30 years and being on the panel of Pakistan Engineering Council and on HEC, in the area of awarding of these projects for the AI, we strongly believe, I think there's a great need to set the focus and target at national level. Because in Pakistan level, we see people are working a lot of in the field of AI, machine learning, but at individual level. There are very few who are working on some classified projects. But unfortunately, in our country, there are very good agencies, donor agencies, they are offering, granting a lot of million and billion of rupees in the areas AI and machine learning. But unfortunately, the impact on the economy of Pakistan is not so tangible. So we believe in our university, as far as this program is concerned, this area is concerned, it must be focused to the economy, socio-economical issues of Pakistan. For example, in Pakistan, every fifth person, if I am wrong, please correct me, any doctor, because we got 5 hospitals in Pakistan. Every fifth person in Pakistan is the carrier of hepatitis B or C. So I think it's a very big challenge in Pakistan. After COVID, post-COVID, this is the report of WHO, 150,000 heart inflammation patients are observed all over the world. So how to issue these challenges, these problems? I think the AI is a very important, and machine learning area is a very important. So as an academician, I strongly believe we must focus the areas which must impact, give the tangible output in my country in terms of economy, in terms of socio-political issues, solution of these issues. Thank you.
Great. So next question from Dr. Sadriman. You have been engaged with the industry in a lot of initiatives. So tell us a little bit about that.
Thank you, Umar, first of all, inviting me, and thank to UBL for inaugurating this summit. I think it's a 3-tier problem. मैं इसको 3 tiers पे देखता हूँ. The 3 sides of a triangle. इसमें government है, number 1. Number 2 is industry, and the third one is the academia. I'll start off with the government. I've been listening to different speakers who were talking about the government and different initiatives which government can take. It's very easy to, I think, put blame on the government. It's very easy to blame government. What we have done ourselves is something which we need to see. Yes, as far as artificial intelligence is concerned, I think there has to be a national policy in place in order to give us synergy and a strategic direction for all the organizations. We are running here and there, every organization is running here and there, but we don't have a strategic direction as a nation I'm talking about. Yes, the other problem which about industry and academia is our large corporations and some are large industries. I don't know, I don't have any specific data, but how many of them are reinvesting their profits into their R&D? So I don't see any organizations in Pakistan reinvesting their profits into R&D to support the startup ecosystem and to support the innovation and at the university level. ठीक है जी. So हमारे कुछ issues हैं इस तरह के. As far as my views about industry academia is, देखें हमारा problem ना वहीं से start होता था जब बच्चा पैदा होता है हमारे. हम कहते हैं जी कि job आपने लेनी है, job अच्छी job. हम as a parents we kill our child's creativity when he or she is at home by saying जी कि job सीख, आपने job लेनी है. Why not as parents we just tell them कि instead of seeking a job, why not be able to give a job? ठीक है जी. तो हमारा जो national एक वो focus है वो job seeking की तरफ है, rather than कि we come up with something कि जहाँ पे हम job creation की बात करें. Number 1, there is a disconnect between industry and academia in a sense कि जो हम what we teach at university is not applicable in the industry. ठीक है जी. वहाँ पे एक gap है. इंडस्ट्री कहती है हमें ये स्किल्स नहीं चाहिए, बट वी आर बाउंड बाय HEC कि जी कि हमें यही कोर्स कंटेंट्स पढ़ाने हैं, ठीक है, वहाँ पे वी नीड टू सी देयर इज़ अ गैप। AI की इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में है जी कि वी नीड अ विल टू इम्प्लीमेंट द AI। फर्स्ट वी नीड टू हैव अ पॉलिसी एंड देन वी कैन गो एंड फॉर द इम्प्लीमेंटेशन। एज फार एज सम ऑफ द इनिशिएटिव्स विद द इंडस्ट्री, छोटी सी एग्जांपल है, यूज़ केस है विच आई एम करंटली वर्किंग इज विद द सियालकोट टेक्नोलॉजी पार्क। Honestly, we started off with a small problem with air profiling of football moving in the air. ठीक है जी, उसके patterns क्या बनते हैं. So we had not even a single research institute, even that industry was not investing in their R&D. So we came up with this idea कि why not to have a place where industry, where academia and where Sialkot industry can sit together, ठीक है जी, and they come up with a solution of their local problems for future product development, ठीक है. As far as I'm concerned, I do all of these things voluntarily. I just burn my own petrol, burn my own time, go and just try to put sense into people that they should come up with these ideas. इसी तरीके से हमने आइस एक EME कॉलेज, वंस आई वाज इन नास्ट, तो हमने EME कॉलेज के अंदर आइस बनाया था एंड आई वाज देयर विद द 10 कंपनीज, और उन 10 कंपनीज का 50 लोगों का देयर बिजनेस, देयर एक्सेस टू मार्केट, इट वाज माय रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी। और अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह दोज 10 स्टार्टअप्स now they are companies and they are working very good. So हमें थोड़ा सा देखना है कि इंडस्ट्री को थोड़ा सा ट्रस्ट होना चाहिए एकेडेमिया के ऊपर, एकेडेमिया को भी थोड़ा सा क्या कहते हैं अपने ऑफिसेस से निकलना चाहिए, until unless they not come out of their offices, so nobody will actually give them the work. Secondly, ट्रस्ट डेफिसिट इसलिए भी है कि छोटी सी एग्जांपल है, यूज़ केस हमारा के अभी साइबर अटैक्स होते हैं बैंक्स के ऊपर. I contacted 4 banks ki ji ke just give us a data, we are ready to sign an NDA with you so that we can develop an AI model for that, and till now for the past 4-5 months I'm just running here and there. So we need to have some tangible and goals so that we can just take it forward.
Great, Ji. A lot of informative things. So Dr. Sadraman, my next question from you is, we see Facebook has allowed their researchers to work in academia 20% of their time. So talking of that, so 20% of the time their researchers are allowed to go into academia and teach the students, so share their industry experiences. So how that can be replicated in Pakistan and how GK can play its role in that?
Right. First of all, thank you for inviting me over here as a panelist. As far as your question goes, GIK has already, it has started programs. HEC and SEEK have already started working on curriculums related to BSAI and MSAI and other things. So AI is already on the forefront of presidential initiative as well, and a lot of other things that people have talked about already over here. I feel that in terms of the research and the work and the progress that is going on within Pakistan, there's a lot of things that have been improving. As far as the future prospects of AI are, I feel that with the enthusiasm that people are showing over here, with the things that people have worked with, we can improve a lot. There's a lot of work still to be done. Of course, the whole world is kind of crazy for AI and automation, the changes that are coming in there in those fields, and we already see the effects here. For example, a lot of fields are already automated today. For example, when I was coming to this place from GIK, Topi Sawabi, there was this roadblock, and we just opened the Google Maps, and it clearly showed me that where there were issues along the road, and where which paths were closed, where I would find a lot of traffic, and where I could which path I needed to take. And although that's more of a data analytics rather than AI, I would say, but still I think that all those applications, those minor things in our lives, they are changing us completely. And I think, again, like the example you gave of Facebook here, a lot of these tech giants are using AI for a lot of different purposes. So it's a really good time to be investing in AI. It's really a good, I think it's necessary for us to survive more than, if we don't apply, if we don't work on, if we don't research on AI at this point of time, I think we'll be left behind the world, like we'll be in the Stone Ages, to be frank. So that's my point of view on this.
Great. Yeah, sure, please.
My question to Dr. Jamil.
Thank you.
Question is that the importance of AI is agreed. It is beyond any question. Everybody agrees on this thing that it is a very important discipline. Many of the universities in Pakistan, they have started their program in AI and producing students with the varying quality. Some of the students and programs are very good, some are of average, and some are just at the initial stages. So students are also very much enthusiastic and interested in AI, but once they are graduated, and it is good that we talk on these terms that they should not look for jobs, they should create jobs and become entrepreneurs. But seeing the background of our students, that mostly, as we all were also at the same stage, once we graduate, there were a lot of pressures on the student. Their parents, they have invested a lot of money during education, and they expect now, after graduation, he should start earning something. And the student himself realizes this thing, that he should have some earning hand. He cannot wait much, keeping in view the financial situation or the economic burdens he is having. So is there, to give the support to the students, any initiative at government level or any organizational level who harness this responsibility, that the students who are qualified in AI, graduated, and interested in doing something in AI, they themselves at that stage are unable to do anything. But if they are provided with the support and some organizational backup, so then they can prove their abilities and the knowledge which they have acquired. So in your opinion, to my knowledge, it is not there at the present, but what do you suggest? Is their government having any initiative in this area, or any organization? Or if there is anything which is to be considered in future, or being considered by the government in future? Your views are requested.
Thank you, Colonel Latif, for your very comprehensive question or your comment. Let me share with you, I totally agree with you as far these programs in Pakistan are concerned. Unfortunately, over the period of time, there is a mushroom growth. Wherever we find a gap, the whole nation start to move there. You talked about the placement of students after graduation. Let me share with you further, at international level, as of today, 40% jobs in the field of AI, they are unposted. They don't find people. The reason being, people are not skilled. If I want to compete in a swimming at national or international level, I must be a good swimmer. if I want to compete as a cricketer at national or international level, I must be skilled and good cricketer. So the problem in our education system, our students are not skilled. Yes, they got piece of paper, they got degree, they spend a lot of money, time and energy, but unfortunately they are not so skilled as they are required at national and international level. This is one of the reasons 40% of the job in international market, they are not filled. This is one of the reasons. Second reason, I believe as an academician, there must be a national level policy. There must be a national level patronage. I being the evaluator and reviewer at national level and international level of different funded projects in million and billions. I'm not exaggerating, please let me share. There are different agencies, HEC, Pakistan Science Foundation, Ignite, Erasmus, so on so. I'm also PI in many projects. But in Pakistan, there are very few people who are working very focused as per the need and requirement, societal need and requirement of Pakistan. Therefore, there must be a complete and consolidated policy, focused policy by the government of Pakistan, and these projects must be funded by the government of Pakistan. We should not grant awards of millions and billions to individuals. People are very competent, they are doing job, but funding for the sake of funding, research for the sake of research, just for the sake of publication. If you see majority of the, not all, exceptions are there, you will agree with me, my colleagues, exceptions are there, but majority of the people, they are carrying out research for the sake of research. For example, in Pakistan, the most important Pakistan country is the agrarian country. 60% of our GDP contributed by the agriculture. The irrigation system of Pakistan, one of the best irrigation system of the world, but unfortunately, it is poorly managed. Health issues, there are so many health issues in Pakistan, but they are not properly targeted. So I totally agree with you. As far as the piece of paper degree is concerned, they are not as skilled as required at national or international level. Your second question, yes, it must be supported by the government of Pakistan, regulatory council, just like Computing Council, Pakistan Engineering Council, so on and so forth. They must be further strengthened. And if they are looked after properly, I'm more than confident these graduates can play a dynamic role at national level and international level.
Great. I would like to add a few more things. Just 1 minute, ma'am. This process basically comes from the academia side. The student has to step early into the career. He does not have to wait for the degree to get completed. So in your second year, third year, you have to start working. So by the time you graduate, you already have a couple of years of experience, and you are job ready. Industry will be ready to pick you up. You stand out already, yeah? So secondly, I think there is a need of learning and employment platform. Learning and employment platform. Because the disconnect is where, industry doesn't have the visibility, what he has learned, what are the skill scores, what are the expert points. So if you have, a centralized portal where academia has the visibility of what their alumni are doing in the industry, and vice versa, industry knows who is coming up next, who is performing well, a central platform, dashboards, this kind of stuff. So there is a national level need of a tech learning and employment platform. Yes, ma'am. There are a couple of questions from the audience. You raise your hands first, so please go ahead. Mike.
Thank you so much, moderator. I'm Dr. Rubina Wasim from National Defense University. My question is with reference to that submarine, that supersonic missile that was being fired by, as claimed by India, mistakenly being fired on Pakistani soil. So Pakistan's response was that Pakistan detected it very cleverly. But I just wanted to ask from Dr. Ayaz, I guess, from NUST. Sir, my question is that, is there any artificial intelligence technique which can help us to interrupt it or make some other countermeasure to make our response more rapid in despite of upcoming scenario, maybe it can be repeated afterwards as well. So how can we boost our artificial intelligence technique to work more rapidly to counter or it contain such situation in future scenario? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm audible now, I guess. So I got part of your question. Please correct me if I'm wrong. What you mean is, like, we want artificial intelligence algorithms. I hope. वैसे तो छोटा सा हॉल है, आई थिंक मेरी आवाज़ वैसे भी जा सकती है. टीचर होने का ये एडवांटेज होता है कि लाइक वी फ्रीक्वेंटली क्लासरूम में भी हम करते हैं. अच्छा, तो लाइक आई थिंक इफ़ आई गॉट योर क्वेश्चन राइट, तो आपका मतलब ये था कि आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की जो लाइक ओवरऑल डेवलपमेंट है पाकिस्तान में वो स्लोअर है, और इस डेवलपमेंट को क्विकर करने के लिए क्या किया जा सकता है, और या आप पर्टिकुलर एल्गोरिदम्स की बात कर रही हैं कि कोई एल्गोरिदम जो फास्ट है. तो फर्स्ट वन. ओके, अच्छा, इसमें ना दिस इज़ वेरी पर्टिनेंट क्वेश्चन एंड इट्स वेरी मच लाइक जिस तरह मेरे जो भी जो ग्रेजुएट्स निकले हैं, पहली तो बात ये कि हमने जो NCEI में हमें ये एडवांटेज है कि वी आर अ रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट, वी आर नॉट जस्ट एकेडेमिया. हमारे पास जो स्टाफ है वो लाइक इट्स अ फुल टाइम टेक्निकल स्टाफ जो चीज़ें डेवलप करता है. हम प्रोडक्ट बनाते हैं, हम इंडस्ट्री में उसको डिप्लॉय करते हैं. उसमें हमारे जो प्रोडक्ट्स हैं वो सिविल इंडस्ट्री में भी जाते हैं, डिफेंस इंडस्ट्री में भी जाते हैं, और हम बना के देते हैं. और उसमें जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं उनको हम पढ़ाते भी हैं. तो जिन स्टूडेंट्स से हम इंटरैक्ट कर रहे होते हैं उनको ये फ़ायदा होता है कि वी आर हैंड्स ऑन, वी आर ऑलरेडी डेवलपिंग स्टफ, और हम उनको पढ़ा भी रहे होते हैं. तो ये बाकी फैकल्टी भी यकीनन इस तरह करती है, दे कीप गेटिंग प्रोजेक्ट्स फ्रॉम द इंडस्ट्री, लेकिन हमारा एक काइंड ऑफ एक इसके लिए स्ट्रक्चर बना हुआ है. दूसरी बात यह है कि पाकिस्तान में जो बड़ा आई थिंक लिंकिंग द अर्लियर क्वेश्चन विद दिस वन, कि जो बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है ना, जिस तरह मैं कई यूनिवर्सिटीज़ के साथ उनके करिकुलम डेवलपमेंट में इन्वॉल्व रहा हूँ फ्रॉम द NCEI प्लेटफॉर्म, अ लॉट ऑफ पीपल इनवाइट मी. तो उसमें ये होता ही है कि किसी यूनिवर्सिटी के पास कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की पूरी फैकल्टी मौजूद नहीं होती. तो मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम जो वो करिकुलम बनाते हैं वो किसी एक दो एंड्स पे बहुत स्ट्रांग होता है, कुछ एंड्स पे जिनकी उनकी फैकल्टी नहीं होती उसमें वीक हो जाता है, और जब उनकी रेलिवेंट फैकल्टी चली जाती है उनको उस तरह का बंदा नहीं मिलता, बिकॉज वी आर नॉट अ डेवलप्ड कंट्री. हमारे पास फैकल्टी की पहले ही शॉर्टेज होती है. अच्छा, इसका हमने इलाज ये किया कि वी ब्रॉट टुगेदर 37 PhDs हैं हमारे AI सेंटर में. हमारा जो स्टाफ है वो अराउंड, जो कोर हमारी रिसर्च टीम है वो अराउंड 222 है, और जरा आप एक्सिलरी स्टाफ मिलाएं तो हम अराउंड 350 टच कर जाते हैं. तो हम उसमें 37 जो हमारे मेन कोर PhDs हैं उनको हमने बिठाया, एंड वी पुट टुगेदर द ब्रेन्स फ्रॉम इस्लामाबाद, लाहौर, पेशावर एंड कराची, एंड वी पुट टुगेदर वन करिकुलम फॉर मास्टर्स एज वेल एज PhD. वो हमारी वेबसाइट पे हमने फ्रीली अवेलेबल किया हुआ है कि पाकिस्तान की कोई भी यूनिवर्सिटी चाहे तो उसको वहाँ से डाउनलोड करें, अपने पास इंप्लीमेंट करें. द करिकुलम इन इट्स फुल डिटेल इज़ अवेलेबल ऑनलाइन. इवन हमें ISESCO ने कॉन्टैक्ट किया था, और डिफरेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस, हमें पाकिस्तान से बाहर भी ये करिकुलम हमने शेयर किया. जो ग्रेजुएट्स हमारे पास से निकलते हैं, लाइक अभी क्योंकि इस प्रोग्राम की तो अभी लॉन्च रिसेंटली हमारा जो कंप्यूटर साइंस डिपार्टमेंट है, सीक्स, डॉक्टर फैसल बैठे होंगे यहाँ पे, वो उसको लीड कर रहे हैं, तो उसमें अभी हुई है. लेकिन जो ऑलरेडी हमारे ग्रेजुएट निकलते हैं वो मास्टर्स के बाद वेरी क्विकली इवन 6 फिगर जॉब्स लैंड कर लेते हैं. तो और मैं आपको बताऊं कि वी आर जितने ग्रेजुएट्स हम प्रोड्यूस करते हैं उससे ज़्यादा डिमांड हमें इंडस्ट्री से आती है. तो इस वजह से मैं ये समझता हूँ कि अगर ना द एडवांटेज वी टुक, क्या फ़र्क था हमारे करिकुलम लॉन्च करने में, एक तो ये कि हम नस्ट हैं, हमें स्टूडेंट्स भी अच्छे मिल जाते हैं. दूसरी बात ये कि जो करिकुलम के कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव होने की वजह से, और उसमें हमारी जो डिफरेंट, मैंने उसमें एक मैकेनिज्म रखा है, वैसे वो अभी तक किसी ने यूज़ नहीं किया, लेकिन एक मैकेनिज्म रखा है कि अगर फॉर एग्जांपल एक एक्सपर्ट एक फील्ड का कराची में बैठा है और आपकी डिग्री एक जगह पे एनरोल्ड है, तो बाय यूजिंग द नेटवर्क ऑफ NCEI यू कुड गो टू दैट पर्टिकुलर लैब, दैट पर्टिकुलर इंस्टीट्यूट एंड टेक दैट कोर्स देयर, ताकि आप बेस्ट एक्सपर्ट से लर्न कर सकें. हमारे पास एक जगह पे एक्सपर्ट्स नहीं होते. अच्छा, दूसरा जो आपके क्वेश्चन मेन था कि हाउ वी कैन मेक दिस प्रोग्रेस मोर रैपिड, तो ये बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है कि इंडस्ट्री में इस वक्त जो नीड ऑफ ग्रेजुएट्स है वो बहुत ज़्यादा है, और ग्रेजुएट मार्केट में नहीं है. मैं आपको नंबर ऑफ ऐसी इंडस्ट्रीज़ डिफेंस में भी, सिविल में भी गिनवा सकता हूँ. अच्छा, उसके लिए हमने किया ये है कि वी हैव पुट टुगेदर अ सर्टिफिकेशन प्रोग्राम. देखिए, इंडस्ट्री का जो मॉडल ऑफ लर्निंग है वो MS और PhD नहीं है. That is certifications. I think a lot of people from industry are sitting here. They would acknowledge this idea कि certifications is their जो main उनका होता है knowledge learn करने के लिए. तो हम certification programs लेके आए हैं जिसमें हमने 4 months की certification रखी हुई है, और that is a professional level certification. We expect कि जो बंदा हमारे पास आ रहा है उसको programming का knowledge होगा. थोड़ी बहुत अगर उसको Python आती हो चलो अच्छा है, नहीं तो हम उसको थोड़ी बहुत सिखा देंगे, और फिर हम उसको crash course देते हैं 4 months में, जिसमें हम उसको train करके इंडस्ट्री के लिए निकालेंगे. तो ये CAIP के नाम से सर्टिफाइड आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस प्रोफेशनल के नाम से हम इंट्रोड्यूस करवा रहे हैं, और टेकिंग एडवांटेज ऑफ व्हाट वी हैव लर्नड थ्रू आवर प्रोजेक्ट्स विद द इंडस्ट्री, हमने उसमें नॉलेज डाला है. दूसरे इनिशिएटिव फॉर एग्जांपल, क्योंकि इसकी ये जाहिर है दिस विल बी इसकी फ़ी होगी, और इसमें वी एक्सपेक्ट कि बहुत सारे इंडस्ट्री में जो प्रोफेशनल्स काम कर रहे हैं वो भी आएंगे इसमें पढ़ने के लिए. फॉर योर नॉलेज और ऑडियंस के लिए भी, कि जापानीज़ गवर्नमेंट ने रिसेंटली 5 टीयर्स आइडेंटिफाई किए हैं जो वो पाकिस्तान में से भी देख रहे हैं, बिकॉज उनके पास भी AI प्रोफेशनल्स की कमी है, और वो चाहते हैं कि हमारे मुल्कों से वहाँ लेकर जाएं। और इस वक्त आई थिंक कि इग्नाइट ICT-R&D फंड में उन्होंने एक पर्सन एम्प्लॉय भी किया है स्पेसिफिकली, जो पाकिस्तान से उनको रिक्रूट करने में हेल्प करेगा, अ लॉट ऑफ अदर कंट्रीज। तो उसमें उन्होंने टीयर्स ऑफ AI आइडेंटिफाई किए हैं। इवन इट्स आइडेंटिफाइड कि जो लीडर्स हैं मार्केट में, जिस तरह CEOs हैं, उनको AI का क्या नॉलेज होना चाहिए ताकि वो एक एफिशिएंट सिस्टम को इम्प्लीमेंट करवा सकें और उसके नॉलेज को जो उसमें उनको हो सके कि जो चीज़ें बनवानी है उसमें क्या रिक्वायरमेंट रियलिस्टिक है और क्या नहीं है। गोइंग डाउन टू द बॉटम लेवल जहाँ आप सिंपल डाटा एनालिसिस कर रहे हैं, तो वो 5 लेवल्स हैं जो उन्होंने आइडेंटिफाई किए हैं। तो अभी तो हमने एक सर्टिफिकेशन प्रोग्राम इंट्रोड्यूस कराया है, लेकिन विद टाइम वील लाइक इवॉल्व इट टू मोर सर्टिफिकेशन प्रोग्राम्स। आई थिंक दिस इज द सोल्यूशन फॉर पाकिस्तान। और हमारी सारी यूनिवर्सिटीज़, बिकॉज मैं आपको बताऊँ AI में ना, इवन अमेरिका में आई कैन नेम पीपल, सेबेस्टियन थ्रन जिसको गूगल लेके गया फॉर डेवलपिंग दी स्मार्ट कार, जो सेल्फ ड्राइविंग कार है, ही इज़ अ फैकल्टी ऑफ स्टैनफोर्ड। जो गूगल एक्स का डायरेक्टर जेम्स कुफनर है, ही वाज अ फैकल्टी मेंबर एट कार्नेगी मेलन। देयर आर सो मेनी अदर्स दैट आई कैन काउंट ऑन माय फिंगर्स, जिनको एकेडेमिया से वो इंडस्ट्री में लेके गए हैं। बिकॉज AI इतनी पेस से डेवलप कर रही है कि इसका जो कटिंग एज है वो अमेरिका में भी एकेडेमिया के अंदर है। तो इन इफ़ वी देखें, पाकिस्तान में हमारा जो मसला होता है ना, वो ये कि हम दुनिया जो चीज़ कर चुकी होती है सिर्फ वो रेप्लिकेट करने की कोशिश कर रहे होते हैं। दैट्स वाई इंडस्ट्री और एकेडेमिया में आइसोलेशन आती है। अगर हम कटिंग एज को टच करें तो ऑटोमेटिकली ऐसा तो नहीं हो सकता कि हमारी पूरी एकेडेमिया ही ड्राई बैठी हो, इसमें कोई भी अच्छा एक्सपर्ट ना हो। मतलब इंडस्ट्री भी रीच आउट करे और कोई उनको अच्छा एक्सपर्ट मिले तो उसको एंगेज करके वो अपने साथ किसी प्रोडक्ट पे काम में लगा सकते हैं। अब हमारे जो प्रोडक्ट्स हैं, फॉर एग्जांपल मैंने तो कई इंडस्ट्रीज से इंटरेक्ट किया है आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस में, गवर्नमेंट डिपार्टमेंट से भी किया है। मैनी प्रोडक्ट्स जो हमने इंडस्ट्री को दिए हैं वो किसी इंडस्ट्री ने अदरवाइज डेवलप नहीं किए हुए थे। तो इंशाल्लाह आई थिंक म्यूचुअल कॉन्फिडेंस बिल्डिंग म्यूचुअल बेनिफिट के साथ होती है। और इसमें आई श्योर द ऑडियंस कि जिस तरह का हमारा ये इनिशिएटिव है, आई वुड इनवाइट अदर यूनिवर्सिटीज एज वेल कि आप बेशक करिकुलम भी ले लें, आप इम्प्लीमेंट करें। हमारा मकसद पाकिस्तान की डेवलपमेंट है। इट्स नॉट जस्ट नस्ट, इट्स नॉट जस्ट NCAI। इस मुल्क को डेवलप करें और ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा ग्रेजुएट प्रोड्यूस करें ताकि हम इंडस्ट्री 4.0 की जो लेयर आई हुई है, जो वेव है, इसको कैच कर सकें। Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we are actually running out of the time. Next session has to start. Sorry, I won't be able to take more questions. But yes, our experts, academic experts, are present in the conference still off stage, so you can always ask them questions and interact with them. I would like to thank you, all of my panelists, for being here, for your time. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Umar Saab. So as we head towards the last segment of this summit, our next speaker will talk about one of the most important questions that most of our audience member will be asking. I think as we go on establishing the urgency of AI adoption, the next question is how to implement it. To answer this question, we have with us Mr. Ricardo Baez, Director of Research for Institute for Experiential AI at Northeastern University. Welcome, Professor.
Thank you.
So
do
can
you
you
hear
hear
me
us?
well? Thank you. Do you hear me well?
Sir, I think there is some. So can you say something?
Do you hear me?
I can hear you, but your video is slightly stuck.
Let's use just the presentation mode.
Okay.
Let's use just the presenting because I think the connection to Pakistan from here is not very good. So let me go straight on my presentation. Do you see the slides?
Yes, sir. We can see the slide.
Okay, and so I will go very fast, and you can find the full presentation in YouTube. But I want to talk about the 10 key questions, in my opinion, that the company should do before and while using AI. So. I belong to a new institute of AI that is at Northeastern University that started basically 1 year ago, where we believe that we need humans in the loop and that we, instead of putting more data to solutions, we need to think more about the problem. And that's why we have this presentation of 10 questions. And you can check our website in ai.northeastern.edu. So let me have some motivating fundamental questions that are do you need to do before doing this 10 question is first, is the application that I'm planning ethically and legally fine? In many cases, companies are not asking this question. And then the question is too late. For example, is my deployed AI application fine? So after you find problems, you ask the question. So in both cases, this is important to do it well. And if you have asked this question and you have an answer, then you need to understand the trade-offs involved in the ethical risk. Now, it's interesting that, for example, ethically and legally in the Christian world are different questions, but in the Muslim world, it's enough to ask the ethically question, because law is a subset of ethics, which is not true in other cultures. So you can read the full set of questions and arguments in this Forbes Technology Forum article that I published last year. So let's start with the question right away. The first group of questions is about your competence on the problem. So the first thing, are you authorized to solve the problem at hand? So basically, can you take the decision? Sometimes some questions have to be answered by the CEO, cannot be answered by an engineer inside the company. That will depend on the impact on people. For example, I will skip the examples because I don't have much time, but basically there was a case in France about GDPR where the court said that was illegal because the schools couldn't decide to put video cameras in public. So the problem is there that the school took a decision that shouldn't have taken. Second question is a scientific question. Does your solution rely in a proven scientific fact? So basically, do you have science behind your solution? And sadly, there are many people using pseudoscience, like, for example, physiognomy, where people is trying to infer if you are a potential criminal using images, or other people predicting sexual orientation using faces, or again, people in the US, the same with potential criminals, or the last one, basically trying to get your political orientation from your face. This is just what is called kind of phrenology, a pseudoscience. And I will skip this, but basically many people think that this is okay, but it's not okay. But it can be worse. For example, MIT believes that if I can predict your face from your voice, there's no science that shows that can be done. And then I can do my master algorithm where I can even predict your name, because there's an American company that thinks that from the face I can predict your name. So for example, with all adopted children from other countries, they will fail. But it can be much subtle. Some people believe that you can predict emotions from videos. And there's a very interesting recent work by Lisa Feldman Barrett, the famous neuroscientist, that shows that people cannot predict emotions. So of course, AI cannot either. So you are just rediscovering stereotypes. We are discovering our own cognitive biases. So don't do this. Third question, do you have the right expert for the problem that you are trying to solve? Many times engineers are deciding solutions for other fields that are not theirs. So you need to have the right experts. I will skip the example, but you need to have people that understand the problem. If you are in health, you need to talk to a doctor. If you are in hiring, you need to talk to sociologists and psychologists and so on. The next group of questions are technical questions. Is your solution proportional to the problem being solved? In the French case, another reason was the solution was not proportional. To have security at the school, you don't need to video camera everywhere. For example, here is another ethical issue in the Spanish police. They are using a kind of a lie detector for the victims. It's already a problem because you are applying to the victims and not to the potential criminals. In France, when they tried to do this, in Germany, when they tried to do this, this was already challenged in a court. So it depends in the culture if you accept these things or not. Question number 5. Is your solution secure, safe, and does comply with all legal regulations? This is maybe the only question that most companies ask, because they are forced by governments to ask these questions. And here, for example, in the future, we will have things like the EU Act to regulate the use of AI. And here we already have things that are very difficult to enforce. So if you read Article 5, says that basically you cannot do anything that may cause physical or psychological harm. For example, you shouldn't show an ad of a sweet product to a diabetic person or fast food to an obese person, because that will create not only psychological but also physical harm. So this is very hard to enforce, and this happens when you have politicians writing laws. Question number 6. Have you checked for bias in the data or in the objective function of the model? Yes, bias is not only in data. or in the feedback loop between the system and its users. So I will try to go very fast here. So you have biased data, and you should ask the question that if I need to be fair. The problem that we always get the same bias, and in some cases we get amplified bias. And if you have amplified bias, that means that bias is not only the data, because you are amplifying it. So you can check my paper, Bias on the Web, on Communication ICM 2018, that explains the whole vicious circle of bias in the web. For example, in the UK, when they try to predict the scores to enter the university because of COVID, they fail and they discriminated poor people. And it's very hard to be fair. So typically we get to equity because justice takes too long. And if you're interested in this topic, I recommend to see this documentary. Is available in Netflix, Coded Bias, and also a panel that we did last year that is available on YouTube. And this was done by ICM. So the answer is yes, you need to worry about this problem if you harm people, either psychologically or physically. So you need to do this ethical assessment before using AI. And here we need to ask two other questions. Is a secret algorithm ethical because of transparency? But at the same time, we need to ask if it is a public algorithm safe because of possible gaming. And can be the optimization goal. For example, a delivery food platform discovered that was discriminating people that couldn't deliver food at night. It was obvious after you know it, but the designers didn't take that in consideration. Also, the dangerous feedback loop. It happens in all e-commerce. In all e-commerce, we have exposure bias. You see very few products of all the possible products you can see. So it's even worse than an iceberg. You're just looking at the ice cube on top of the iceberg. And of course, you get then popularity bias, or what is called the Matthew effect. The rich get richer and the poor get poorer. That's happening in all e-commerce platforms, Amazon, AliExpress, and so on. So we have a dilemma here that has to do not only with bias, but with noise. So algorithms don't have noise, so it's like case C. However, judges, for example, are like D. They're biased and noisy, so that's an issue. And this has to do with noise, and I recommend this book that Daniel Kahneman, Nobel Award of Economy, published last year, about how humans have variations in their decisions, and that is a problem as much problematic as bias. Question number 7. Are you tailoring the operation of your model to your problem, or you are using the default values? This is a problem because sometimes you use default values that are arbitrary and are not the right ones. For example, your false negatives have the same impact of your false positives. In health, this is not true. A false negative is much, much worse than a false positive. So you need to tailor the operation point. You don't need to use the best accuracy. I don't care about accuracy. I care about what you do when you don't work. And here, there are issues about regulation, the use of technology. I will not be able to talk about that. But one problem we have is a cognitive bias to categorize things. For example, race is a categorization that doesn't make any sense. A skin color is a continuous variable. The same happened with risk, which is the main feature of the EU AI Act. Risk is a continuous variable. It's very hard to apply, to put categories with risks. So this is a problem with the current proposed regulation. And the last set of questions are about responsibility. The first one, do you need interpretability or explainability in your system? Well, in the EU Data Protection Directive, you need to be able to contest the decision to provide this, and that means that you need interpretability if you want to explain how a decision is taken, you need explainability to explain how a specific decision is taken, and you need continuous validation, testing, and maintenance if you want to basically keep your system working as intended. It's impossible to certify a model. Models are too dynamic for that. We need to certify processes, and even that is complicated because in this case, you are not certifying a chain production scheme, you are certifying people. And sometimes even explanations are a problem because in healthcare, the wrong explanation is worse than no explanation. For example, symptoms not usually give the right explanation. Question number 9, are your users aware of the impact of your system on their lives? Awareness is very important. because models are stupid. So Josh Box said all models are wrong, but some are useful. And here I have some examples like Elon Musk saying use Signal, and then some software bought stock from this Texan company. Of course, because they didn't understood that Elon Musk was talking about the chat app. Or for example, there are limitations that we need to understand. For example, you cannot learn what's not in the data. In autonomous driving, everything is almost not in the data because you don't know the future. And that's what happened when in Arizona, an Uber autonomous car killed a person in 2018. Plus, very important, data does not capture a whole problem. Data is partial, and a model is a model. It's a simplification of reality. We need to understand these limitations. And I think many computer scientists don't understand this. And as I said, accuracy is not the key. It's the impact of errors what is the problem. I will never go in an elevator that says, I work 99% of the time. I don't care the success. I care about the failure. And if it says, I don't work 1% of the time, but when I don't work, I stop, I will go into the elevator. But today they're asking to trust to trust AI when it doesn't work all the time. So be humble. When you don't know, smart people say, I don't know. And I would like to see more classifiers in computer science that when they are not sure, they should say, I don't know, not say whatever. And the last one, have you considered the societal impact of your AI solution at large? So here, your example that may look funny. For example, some Facebook engineer decided to use an English-trained software in France and decided that the town of Biche was a bad town and suppressed their Facebook page for 3 weeks. There was no human in the loop to see the complaints. But if the town was using their Facebook page to control COVID, that harmed a lot of people and can be much worse. Last year, the whole Dutch government resigned because of using a model to basically find fraud in childcare benefits. First, you have an ethical issue because you are trying to find fraud in poor people, not in rich people. And then they failed because the system was wrong, and more than 100,000 people were affected. So these are just some examples. There are thousands of examples here in incident database.ai. You can look at them, and most of them have to do with discrimination. So there are other things that have to do with climate change. For example, carbon footprint or use of electricity in a completely wasteful manner. And this is the famous stochastic parrot papers. If you don't know this paper, I really recommend to read it because this made Timnit Gebru to be fired from Google. That Margaret Mitchell couldn't put her name there, but she put it anyway, but it didn't matter because 2 months later, she was also fired. And we wrote a paper on the importance of having intellectual freedom in AI ethics. And this is something that is hard. For example, when Google tried to have an ethics board, they dissolved it 1 week after because they didn't choose the right people. And I don't want to pick only in Google because this is true for Amazon, for Facebook. The last one was Spotify. We have an ethical issue in our industry, and very few people like Tim Bray, one of the XML creators, resigned because of ethical issues. He resigned in 2020 from Amazon. So to finish, if you need help, we are working in an institute in responsible AI. We have a full big picture of responsible AI that includes governance, products and projects, and skills. And we are launching a global advisory ethics board that anyone can use it. And we are doing also audits and registries to help companies to be more transparent. And we even have a commitment called Cascade.ai, where companies commit to use responsible AI, so you're welcome to visit this page and basically sign the commitment if you want. We are doing conference. I hope to do the one in Asia next year. So I don't know if I have time for questions, but that was my presentation. I think less than 20 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ricardo. Do we have any questions? So we don't have any questions. Thank you so much for being with us. It was an absolute pleasure listening to you.
Bye-bye.
Our next speaker is the co-founder and CEO of Good AI, a company focused on building safe AGI, which is artificial general intelligence. AGI is the holy grail of artificial intelligence and probably one of the most incremental shift in our civilization. As larger corporations like Facebook, Amazon, Netflix, Google utilize data to develop AGI, or on the other hand, we see OpenAI launch GPT-3, one of the most powerful transformer model ever built. The question that mostly remains unaddressed is that if AGI is everybody's pursuit, how can we ensure safety within this domain? Please welcome our speaker, Ms. Caroline Lyer, to share her thoughts. Thank you so much, Mrs. Caroline.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for having me today. Do you hear me well?
Yes, we can.
Fantastic. Again, very happy to be here this year again. I was here last year to talk about women in AI. Indeed, as you mentioned, I'm the co-founder of this nonprofit. But today we're going to talk about another topic, which is very key today, is how can we basically help companies to be more sustainable thanks to artificial intelligence. Maybe before starting, a few words about what I did before and how I ended creating the Good AI. So for all of you who are not engineers, don't worry, I'm not an engineer as well. I have a background in business and political science. I did work in the tech industry though, in diverse business positions. I work as well in a VC, which gave me the opportunity to meet a lot of startups. And this is where I got really passionate by entrepreneurship and entrepreneurs. And then I had the opportunity to work in an AI startup doing embedded voice recognition here in Europe. So basically private by design voice assistant. So I really got into the AI world through a kind of ethical prism. And this is when, by the way, I co-founded the nonprofit Women in AI, who is gathering today 8,000 members, brilliant women all around the world in more than 100 countries. And last year, I decided to launch the Good AI because I really also wanted to celebrate all those entrepreneurs and all those talent that are leveraging AI for good, and in particular to address sustainability issues. So today, the way we're working at the Good AI is through community. So we're building this great community of AI startups, scale-ups, and individual talents that are leveraging AI to help deliver on the sustainable development goals, but also, and above all, enable a more responsible and circular business. So basically, we want to help corporates to be more sustainable thanks to AI. And behind this idea is really the concept to use artificial intelligence with a purpose, instead of, focusing our effort and our brilliant people basically having us click on advertisements. We want to use their skills and expertise to do something great. And we are targeting companies because basically today sustainability comes with business and can be potentially a great added value for companies. As you can see here, the benefits of applying AI to corporate sustainability can generate a tremendous amount of revenues. And why? It's simple, because AI-powered tools, AI-powered sustainability tools have basically the ability to increase revenues of companies, creating new market opportunities, new product, new service. It has also the ability to reduce cost, of course, as we know AI can optimize, and recommend the best solution. And of course, AI is offering some less capital-intensive solutions. So this is really where we're going to focus today. And here you can see 5 impact areas where AI can really help companies to address their sustainability goals. The first one is everything related to climate and biodiversity. Most of the time in sustainability report, they call this planet. What is our impact on planet? So here you can leverage AI to work on carbon reduction, to work on protection of biodiversity, water management, to assess climate risk for your business. The second impact areas is how you leverage AI to basically nurture a more sustainable, responsible, diverse, and inclusive working environment. You can use AI to work or to, for instance, and we're going to see that just after, to measure mental health within your business. And you can also use the power of data to monitor the respect of human rights all along your supply chain. This is the topic we have at one of our events tomorrow. The third aspect is circularity. How can we build new circular regenerative model, component, materials, infrastructure through data? And you know here, this is the big topic is around also traceability. Then the fourth impact areas is how do we measure all this progress within the company? Here again, machine learning can be of a tremendous help to help with tracking the ESG data, collecting them, reporting them. And last but not least, of course, you cannot pretend to use AI for sustainability if you don't do it responsibly. So this is the last big impact areas that we have, and that my colleague just before mentioned. So we have to make sure we use AI responsibly, starting with the carbon footprint of AI itself, of model, starting with reproduction of discriminative biases in algorithm, the need for transparency and explicability and privacy and security. So basically what we do at The Good Day is that we select startups and expertise and talent in these 5 impact areas. So we have around 150 plus talent from a wide variety of countries, I think more than 30 countries. So we are welcoming different kind of profile. Of course, you can be you can be technical, you can be a data scientist, a machine learning engineer, but as you know, we need all the kind of expertise. So if you have an expertise in AI and ethics, this is super interesting. In AI and policy, this is also really key. But even if you have, if you are experts in law and that you're getting interested in AI, you can definitely join our community. If you have an expertise in biology and that you're interested in how you can leverage deep learning, I don't know, to help with your job, this is also the kind of expertise we're looking for. Here, an example. So we have Adriana Bora, and Adriana Bora is a PhD based in Australia, and basically she's working on the measurement of modern slavery in the business environment. As you know today, as you may know, more than 40 million people are still in modern slavery. So with her project aims, basically they're going to use machine learning to analyze the statements produced by businesses, the reporting around modern slavery. So this is only one first step, of course, in this big work, but basically it will definitely help boost compliance if we can have better tools to analyze all the reporting coming from businesses. Then when it comes to startups, so we have more than 80 startups to date from 15 countries. Again, and I didn't mention that before, but and this is our DNA coming from Women in AI. Of course, we have a lot of women in this community, and I really encourage all of you to join because, again, having women involved in the field of AI is the first barrier against the reproduction of bias in algorithm, and it's also a way for you to design the society you want for tomorrow. So as you can see here, we have 40% female-founded startups. We also have 60% talent, I didn't mention before. And here are a few examples of startups and use cases we have. So ImageWise, for instance, is a startup based in the UK, and they're providing a carbon accounting platform where basically companies can track their emission from scope 1 to scope 3 all along the supply chain. Erudite is a Spanish startup, and they're gonna use basically NLP to understand through the analysis of all the communication within the company's emails, for instance, or Zoom conference. They're going to be able to assess the level of engagement and the level of mental health within the companies. Like, are the teams at risk to burn out? Are we at risk to have a turnover? So this is really a way to assess the health of staff and take the measure needed if it's not sustainable in the long term. Hurrytech is addressing one key topic related to fashion industry, which is basically a lot of waste. As you know, fashion industry is responsible for 10% of carbon emission today. So what Hurrytech is doing is using deep learning to analyze trends on social media and provide forecasts to brands, so they will produce the right amounts, and so they will produce also the right models according to people's taste on social media. And last, DevTalk, so who is from Pakistan. So DevTalk is working on interpretation sign services for deaf people to enable them to work in companies. So here again, we have this inclusive side of AI to enable everyone to participate in business. So what we do at The Good AI, basically, we want to inspire students, inspire AI professionals to really use, and you understand that, the expertise to address key problems with sustainability. We support our members. We have a program for them. I'm just going to talk about it after that. We connect them. So we connect scale-up, startup, and talent, which can be very interesting for job opportunities. And we also connect all those guys with corporates, of course, to lead project. And this is the last point. We really want to have an action-driven community. Yeah, so in terms of values, I'm going to be quite quick here because, of course, you understand. So we are really impact-oriented. Collaboration is key for us. We also want to be creative and come out with a collaborative project. We believe in peer-to-peer support, and our members are also here to help each other. And of course, diversity and inclusion is definitely central to us. So how do we support our members? So we provide different kind of masterclass to help them, to help startup and to help talent. We have events to put our members into visibility and also connect them with corporates. We have one event tomorrow, which is, I think, here. So here you may see that we have Amy Twice that just mentioned and Adriana that are going to talk for 1 hour with the head of procurement and supply chain technologies from Nestle for 1 hour. And I really invite all of you to join. It's going to be a fantastic conversation. We also organize investor roundtable for our startups, talent and job speed dating, as I mentioned earlier, and of course, always business opportunities, mentorship, and visibility to our content. What is key as well, as I mentioned, is that we really want to have our own project as a community. So if you, by the way, if you're looking for peers to work on a project, you're definitely welcome to join The Good AI and submit your project. I won't talk about them right now because we want to keep them confidential, but we also we have some very interesting and creative projects mixing data, art, and sustainability, among others. How do we work with corporates? So the first entrance is basically, most of the time, is through ideation workshop or seminar to educate basically the different staff within big corporation about the capabilities of AI to serve sustainability. Most of the time, those are not linked within companies. So you have a data team and you have sustainability team, and they don't communicate. So we here also to make them to understand their mutual interest. And of course, we can organize some call for expertise, project or hackathon according to corporate needs. And this is another way to involve our members and have them leverage their expertise. So I'm really happy to have, if you're listening, if you're interested to join, please go on our website, thegoodai.co, and at the bottom right, you can apply to join our community. And otherwise, if you're a corporate, you can also contact us. I'll be super happy to discuss further about what we do at The Good AI. Thank you. I think I've been pretty fast, actually. But this is all on my end. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Caroline. To conclude and sum our learning from this conference, allow me to introduce Dr. Haris Aziz, Director UNSW.ai, Australia, to talk about the potential of AI and the application of AI, which is our last note today. So please welcome Dr. Haris Aziz.
I'd like to first start by congratulating the organizers for organizing this really wonderful AI summit. It's really great to see the government taking a lead in this vital area. I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me. And in this particular presentation, I'll discuss a bit on the potential and trends with respect to AI. So according to one particular projection, the global AI market will be worth $641 billion just by year 2028. So it certainly makes sense for an upcoming country like Pakistan to have a reasonable bite at this huge and growing pie. I've given you one global indicator on the potential of AI, but what is perhaps more indicative of the pervasive presence of AI is its impact on just about every field, right from defense to travel to public and social sectors. In terms of increased focus of computer science research, artificial intelligence and machine learning are witnessing some of the highest growing trends worldwide. So, what exactly is driving this impact? Well, to begin with, computers are becoming better than humans in certain roles, including those of doctors, especially with respect to diagnosis and surgery. Business persons, especially when you talk about money management and trading, certain roles which are in the legal profession, such as due diligence on contracts, are much better handled by computers. And having lived and driven in Lahore, I can safely say that autonomous cars will soon become much better than human drivers. What is absolutely exciting is that AI is changing the way we even do science, as several aspects of doing science are now being automated. In fact, I was reading lately that reinforcement learning has also been used to solve some open problems in a creative field such as mathematics. So what are the key paradigms that are driving this particular artificial intelligence revolution? I'll mention a few aspects where AI has distinct advantages over the human mind. Well, to begin with, computers are voracious learners. They are less inhibited than humans in terms of storage, speed, power, accuracy, and certainly the need for rest. Secondly, computers are also less restricted in some ways than humans in terms of sharing knowledge and skills. The moment you create one particular program, it can easily be transferred to many other computing devices. And this is the planet-wide learning paradigm that has been invoked by several big companies such as Google, Apple, and Tesla. A close collaborator and co-author of mine, Toby Walsh, in his book writes that by augmenting our brains digitally, this new species called Homo digitalis, which is increasingly using computers to make decisions, will be far smarter than Homo sapiens, the regular human beings. So what exactly is my particular background and connection with AI? I was born in Lahore. I'm a LUMS graduate. I took my higher studies from the UK. And currently I'm a Scientia Associate Professor at UNSW, University of New South Wales, Sydney, Australia. I've been working in this area for several years, and I am currently an associate editor of several major AI journals, including AI, Journal of AI Research, and also Journal of Autonomous and Multi-Agent Systems. But perhaps the most relevant affiliation for this audience is that I'm currently a director of the university's AI Institute. And this is an institute which is focused on AI research, and it spans over 300 world-class researchers and over 30 affiliated groups and centers. We do research in just about every important subdiscipline of AI, including decision theory, robotics, embedded machine learning, autonomous systems, data science analytics, and AI-empowered biomedicine. So this is a center with the goal that we want to promote research excellence in AI, foster interdisciplinary connections, including those with several other developing countries. We want to promote and participate in public dialogue in the benefits and issues relating to AI. And basically, we want to provide an easy to find front door for external bodies and individuals to engage with our university in AI related areas. But one thing I really want to emphasize is that we view AI as all pervasive. And that is precisely the reason that we have participation and also deputy director representation from every faculty on campus. This includes engineering, science, business, arts, design and architecture, defense, and medicine. So AI, we feel, is going to impact every field, and we want to draw on these connections significantly. I'll just give you one example as a case study, how AI is changing the way organ donation is done, not just in the US, but all across the world. Diagnostic algorithms are being used to check which particular organs or donated organs are compatible with one particular patient. And after that, AI algorithms are also being used to facilitate the optimal exchanges of organs among patients to save the maximum number of lives. And that is precisely the reason that even at our university, there's a huge focus at the intersection of AI, medicine, and health in several different respects, including human disease genomics, molecular data analysis, drug discovery, and also brain-computer interface. And just to emphasize this exciting point, the Stanford Artificial Intelligence Index report, which comes out every year, it identified drugs, cancer, molecular drug discovery to have received the greatest amount of private AI investment in 2020, with more than $13.8 US invested in this particular area, which was 4.5 times higher than the year before. In terms of trends, we see that several of the top developed countries, such as United States, etc., they are doing really well in terms of AI research. But there are several smaller countries who are punching way beyond their weight because of the focus on AI research and also a general focus on the knowledge economy, and these includes countries like Singapore. It's my personal wish that in the next 10 years, Pakistan also makes it to such an AI vibrancy list. And in terms of trends, what we notice is that our next door neighbor, China, is actually one country which has the most upward trend in terms of AI research and development. So I certainly feel that with close connections with China, Pakistan is well placed to exploit some of these connections and get better at AI research collaboration. So before I conclude, I really want to congratulate the government and this initiative to focus on these emerging technologies and on these exciting areas. Just one word of caution that I would emphasize is that this should not be a trade-off between emerging tech versus fundamentals, because as somebody who is doing fundamental AI research, solid mathematical foundations, solid computer science foundations are extremely important for any kind of emerging tech. So even for AI research, we need very solid foundations in several aspects of computer science and mathematics. So when we started our AI Research Center, we asked our affiliated members to highlight some of the challenges that they're working on or which they feel are important. And based on the survey, I would just like to summarize a few broad trends or challenges that were highlighted. So one particular area is that we, as AI researchers, would like to develop general artificial intelligence as opposed to dedicated solutions. We want a better understanding of human intelligence and to what extent this can or cannot be artificialized. Another broad challenge is improving human-AI interaction and collaboration. Making AI trustworthy, reliable, explainable, interpretable, and safe is also an extremely important research goal. And finally, one other aspect that I'd like to emphasize is that developing hybrid models, which both combine neural networks as well as logical reasoning, are some of the key research challenges. With this, I thank you for your attention, and I thank the organizers for their invitation.
So this concludes our conference. I would like to call Mr. Faisal Rahim on stage to distribute mementos before lunch. So if I could please have Mohammed Umar, founder and CEO, Sawsum Solutions. Mr. Ali Raza, co-founder and managing director, Dice Analytics. Mr. Mir Anwar, DD Technology SaaS program. Mr. Azhar Ziaur Rahman, member president, team on emerging technologies. Mr. Javed Khalid Mirza, CISO, Askari Bank. SN Mashkoor, co-founder, director, C-Square and ISM. Mr. Adnan Zaidi, Chief AI Officer, Proximia.pk. Mr. Mohammed Umar, co-founder and managing director, Dice Analytics. Dr. Saad Rahman, Dean Faculty of Sciences, HOD Computer Engineering, University of Texila. Dr. Yasir Ayaz, Chairman, National Center of Artificial Intelligence. Dr. Jameel Ahmed, Dean Faculty of Engineering and Applied Sciences, Rifai University. Dr. Raja Hashim Ali. Thank you so much, everyone, to be here, and we can now proceed towards. No, oh, right. So just to on our partners, we have UBL Digital. Unfortunately, President UBL couldn't be with us because of an AGM. If we have any representation from UBL, we would like to call upon them to join us and receive a memento. From Fortinet, we have Mr. Suleiman Avan. And lastly, we have from Dell Technologies, Mr. Umar Javed. So this concludes our conference. Thank you so much for being here with us, and we can continue with lunch. Thank you so much, everyone.